Republicans seem to focus more on process than outcome.
Because they really don't want to talk about the fact that abortion becoming criminalized is something that a sort of small minority of the country supports.
Both men on Fox News Sunday. That Senate abortion vote is scheduled for Wednesday.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The legislation is doomed without any Republican support. Democrats need 10 GOP votes for the measure to succeed. Leaders from the Group of 7 developed democracies pledging to phase out or ban the import of Russian oil to punish Moscow for invading Ukraine.
Russia marks the defeat of Germany in World War II tomorrow in what they call Victory Day. There'll be a parade and speeches in Red Square and elsewhere. Perhaps some offensive action, too, which we are getting ready for. Now, in a message sent out on the eve of this holiday, Putin is quoted as saying, as in 1945, victory will be ours as well.
Fox's Greg Palcott in Kyiv. Gas prices rising 15 cents in the last 2 weeks to a national average of $4.38 per gallon. Diesel fuel soaring 43 cents to $5.58 per gallon.
The 1 year ago comparison is shocking. Gasoline is up $1.36 over a year ago, but diesel fuel is up $2.42 per gallon versus its year-ago point.
Industry analyst Trilby Lundberg monitors gas prices nationwide. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you. It's time for a fresh moment from Ruby Tuesday Guam. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service, and for a limited time, you can feel the freshness for just $8.99. That's right, $8.99. You can also add on grilled chicken or grilled salmon for a few bucks more. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service and available all day long. So come on in for a fresh moment at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Former President Trump's influence on Republican primaries faces another test this week.
Few states supported former President Trump as much as West Virginia. Now Trump is weighing in on a House race pitting a pair of incumbents against each other. The state lost a House seat during the reapportionment process, and 2 House Republicans, Alex Mooney and David McKinley, are running for the same seat. Trump has endorsed Mooney, a former Maryland state lawmaker who moved to West Virginia in 2014 and has been a staunch ally of Trump in Congress. McKinley has the support of West Virginia's Republican Governor Jim Justice and is running on his support of the bipartisan infrastructure law. The primary is Tuesday. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Border towns bracing for a surge of migrants once a Trump-era policy that allowed for the quick expulsion of migrants ends.
We're about 35 miles east of the southern border right now, and even before Title 42 ends in just over 2 weeks, communities like this are seeing big problems. This processing center is expected to get busy here starting on the 23rd when Title 42 ends. This just recently went up. Eagle Pass, of course, has been a busy point of crossing in recent months. Migrants will often spend the night in tunnels while waiting to be smuggled farther north away from the border, leaving behind their belongings. The human smuggling often leads to chases, and that brings danger to people in this community and communities like it.
Fox's Nate Foy in Crystal City, Texas. Republicans and a growing number of Democrats want Title 42 to remain in place. Costco cuts a big perk for members.
You can no longer get a mortgage at Costco. The wholesale retailer announcing that the changes took effect Sunday, May 1st. Costco had partnered with 8 lenders, including Cross Country, Box Home Loans, Lending.com, and Strong Home Mortgage. While Costco didn't originate loans, it did offer a cap on lender fees linked to the transaction.
Fox's Sue Guzman. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Off a day at 6:06, I'm Mona Silva Tyrod with a look at your local news on The Point. A man who was wanted in connection with a home invasion last August was arrested by Guam police after he was pulled over in a traffic stop last week. Police spotted the vehicle that had an expired vehicle registration and through their review discovered that the man was linked to a home invasion case from 8 months ago. 48-year-old John Tutu allegedly entered an agate residence without permission, attacking 2 adult victims and threatening to kill them. This occurred on August 31st last year. Tutu's charged with home invasion, terrorizing, family violence, criminal trespass, and charges related to operating a motor vehicle without a valid operator's license and expired vehicle registration. Meanwhile, the jury will continue deliberations in the trial involving a man who was linked to at least one robbery earlier this year. Deliberations started on Friday at the trial of Eddie Addy. Both parties presented closing arguments to the jury on Friday morning. Prosecutors asserting that Addy robbed Number 1 Market. But his defense claims Addy is innocent and evidence doesn't prove that he did it, calling out the police on what they called crappy police work. Addy faces charges of second and third degree robbery, theft of property, and terrorizing. And a former Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center psychiatrist, Abner Pasatempo, will stand trial in August in the Superior Court of Guam. Pasatempo, while he was a clinician at the center, is alleged to have had 8 sexual harassment complaints filed against him by patients who were under his care. The 64-year-old appeared on Friday before the judge at the Superior Court. Jury selection set to begin on August 3rd. Pasatempo has pleaded not guilty to 7 counts of official misconduct as misdemeanors and 7 counts of harassment as petty misdemeanors. The complaint was filed against Pasatempo in February. According to the Guam Daily Post story, he's no longer able to practice in Guam, and his application for licensure was unanimously denied last month by the Guam Board of Medical Examiners. Also, the woman who was behind the wheel of a Jeep when it crashed into a Tamuning restaurant last year will also be going to trial. The defendant, Nikita Teresa Uggan, appeared before a Superior Court judge last week. Her jury selection is set to begin on July 6. Uggan's previous attorney had told the court that the defense intended to file a motion to dismiss the case. Uggan faces a charge of driving while impaired as a misdemeanor. Now, the crash occurred in February last year when Uggan allegedly lost control of that infamous red Jeep and crashed into Jerry's kitchen. The case drew significant amounts of attention when officers failed to administer any sort of sobriety test at the time. An internal affairs investigation was launched after the police chief learned a police officer who was off duty at the time was also a passenger inside the vehicle when it crashed. We'll have more news right after this.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
The Department of Education, just weeks away from the end of the school year, they'll be issuing surveys to parents seeking their feedback about the school year's performance over the course of this last year. The superintendent, John Fernandez, in the Post says that the YES survey in years past has helped them make improvements in their services. The survey, he says, will be used by school principals to improve the student experience on campus. They also use the results for continuing accreditation of each of the schools. And if you're in the area of the ITC intersection this afternoon in Tamuning, there is a wave being scheduled with the governor and lieutenant governor hosting this wave to express her gratitude for Guam's hospital workers and the opening of Hospital Week, which starts today. The governor acknowledging the work of the hospital workers who've stood at the front line, especially during the pandemic. That wave starts at the ITC intersection at 4:30. It was on Friday that the governor also proclaimed the month of May, or May 6th through the 12th, as Nurses Week, and the month of May as Nurses Month. Her proclamation stating that the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the critical role of registered nurses in all aspects of the local and global response. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
But you ain't getting a pay raise. We'll have a wave, but no big pay raises for you. How about that? 6:11 in the morning. Here it comes. Partly sunny for a Monday morning. Highs near 88 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 94. East-northeast winds 13 to 16 miles an hour. Still gusty these days, about 22 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies. Lows around 78 degrees. East-northeast winds much lighter, 11 to 15 miles an hour. For tomorrow, same thing. Partly sunny skies during the daytime. Mostly cloudy skies at night. Why? Because if you take a look at the weather gizmo here, it'll give you an idea that there's... Wait a second. That's not the weather gizmo. Where's the guy? Okay, there it is.
What was that?
No, it's a meme that somebody sent me, and I just think it's amusing as hell. It's a guy with a sign. There's "Stay Gangster" on it, but it's like what's the name of the guy in that Will Prince TV show from back in the day? It's him, right? That's the guy.
That's the guy.
Stay Gangster. All right, getting back to the weather.
Carlton.
Here's what it looks like. We've got a whole lot of winds coming from the west that's washing over this particular area, and if you looked outside earlier, you might have seen a whole lot of those clouds up in the sky. So don't expect a whole lot by way of sunshine today, and that's good because I got a feeling my electric bill is going to be up around $500 this month because electricity is expensive. A, the fuel is expensive, and B, it's hot. The days are starting earlier and lasting a little bit longer around this time of year, and that means that the house is going to be hotter this time of year. 6:12 in the morning. Can I stay over at your place? Don't answer in public. Hit me with the DMs. Sunrise this morning at 5:57. Sunset tonight about 6:38. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 67 and a half years.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, baby. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Papa Day, my name is Joan Kinata from the village of Umate. I've applied for the program at Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umate to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program at Salapi.
The application deadline for Program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL, using APL funds. Global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Subway. The Eat Fresh refresh continues with the new roast beef. They've got their choice Angus roast beef. You can have it by itself or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham. It's the Subway Club, they call that. The new roast beef, as flavorful as it is satisfying. Get your fill of the new roast beef on hearty multi-grain bread. There's fresh hand-sliced veggies in there as well. At Subway, Eat Fresh.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
goes places, and there's nobody ever walking. God, I just love Mondays. Isn't this terrific? You know what? Screw the weekends. I hate Fridays because it means that I don't get to see you people at my work. Don't get to see my customers for 2 whole days. This is the way Bob Klitzky and Jose feel about Fridays. So happy Monday to you.
Welcome home, Ray.
Wherever you happen to be. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I had adventures over the weekend. I was down in Tumon for the weekend. Had a birthday weekend staycation thing over at the Hyatt, and it was. Can I just say how wonderful it was? It was like a post-pandemic or pre-pandemic. It was just amazing because in very few places were there reminders that there was ever COVID-19. There were very few places where there was something that leapt out at me that said, "Oh yeah, this COVID-19 was through here." Not that many people. In fact, the only people that I saw with face masks on, Koreans.
Oh yeah,
Koreans.
Hey, welcome to Guam.
It's good to have you here, and you might be wondering. Oh, yeah, okay, smarty pants. How can you tell they're Korean if they were wearing a face mask? Are you that good? Do you think you're that good at your profiling? Now, just something about the curve. I don't know what I want to say, but it was so weird because it was a flesh tone face mask, so it looked like she didn't have a face.
I seen that, man.
Right?
Your brain
Those are
tries to
pretty
make
frightening.
sense of it.
Yeah, that's really frightening.
Wait a second. I would have worn that. I would have enjoyed something like that. We just got this whole thing where it just looks like you're just some kind of automaton. You know, maybe they're that good in Asia with their technology. But anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. I didn't run into too many places where I had to slip something through a piece of plexiglass. Although I will say over at it's not the duty free store. It's a little convenience store that they've got over at the Hyatt. It's the whole place is open. The entire facility is all wide open until it's time to pay, and then you take your beer, and there's a 4x2 of plexiglass. That's it.
It's like the crane machine.
Yeah, I mean,
you gotta use the crane.
Hold on a
and
second.
pay the lady.
I just give you my credit card through here, okay? Just let me just reach around the thing, and just so you know, FYI. You guys can take all that crap down. All of the plexiglass and the stickers on the floor and the sign at the door that says, no mask, no entry. In fact, the governor wants you to take those things down. She's told there was a Department of Public Health and Social Services. They came out with a thing that said, "Oh no, masks are still mandatory at DPHSS for patrons and members and all of that stuff." And I think the governor's office got wind of that and said, "You're making us look bad. Take that down." And so the very next day, Art St. Augustine came out with a thing that said, no, okay, it's optional. And we're seeing a couple of other rescinding orders and rescinding releases like that over the weekend. Anyway, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. And for lots and lots of different reasons, we're going to be celebrating my birthday week together.
It's happening in 2 days, Ray. Are you ready?
Is it 2 days? It's Monday, 9, 10, 11. Am I
Two
ready
more
for
sleeps.
it?
Two more
sleeps.
2 more sleep.
One more
It's on a wake up.
I don't know.
So wait, is Wednesday off?
No.
Yeah, Wednesday is the day off.
As I said,
Is Thursday off?
Thursday is not off. There's no holiday.
That's a Republican holiday, Ray.
So you know what? You know why I say we're going to be working
if
it
Joe
together.
And I have to carry the show for you on Thursday, you're in trouble.
What do you make it sound like I'm going to go out and like strippers or whatever?
I don't know.
Like you're going to be out until
Thursday
6
morning.
o'clock
Because
in the
we're
morning.
turning a decade, right?
Yes, it is. It is that number,
it's a
6
big
zeros.
one,
I
man.
got a 0 at the end of this birthday, but it's a big deal. You can send your guest to 543A North Marine Corps Drive, Timon, Guam 96913. Happy to take care of whatever it is that you've got on your hands. Although I am noticing that I'm starting to get things like, hey, listen, I'm not using this smoker anymore. You want this smoker?
Yes.
It's never ever been used before. I fully assembled it. Maybe a little bit of surface rust out here, but otherwise the thing completely good. You want that? Got another one. Hey, you got this baker's rack for the house. Do you want something like that? And I'm going, there's a part of me that's going, are you people giving me gifts, or is this just your old junk?
That's what I do.
That's
except
what
I
mine
don't
does.
ask. I just bring it when I come over.
Yeah, she knows the numbers. 6:19 in the morning. So there's Montecillo Tyrant, big baby sister, going to be taking us through news and headlines, and I'm looking through the thing and trying to figure out for 3 days worth of newspapers. PDNs
nothing.
and Guam Daily Post.
3 days of nothing in the
3 days
newspaper.
of I mean, there's a couple of interesting things in there. Obviously, a whole lot of hi Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day. Don't you? I just tell you right now, Mom's been dead for a while, so
But,
it's kind of a bittersweet thing for us. It's not like hey, let's go to Mom's house and get together and stuff like that. So we just got Happy Mother's Day to each other in the family chat.
Yeah.
And just hope you guys are okay on your
me
own.
and the kids, I just had them sit in front of the TV and watch Mommy Dearest and then
very good.
appreciate me.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Wire hangers.
Oh, that's one of my favorite movies.
They see how crazy it could get, and then they're like, "Man, you are a great mom."
You are the best mom ever. You're not like the lady on the TV. That's awesome. 6:20 in the morning. It's a lesson, valuable lesson that I'm sure those kids learn. Real Joe Cruz gets the phone when you call it 888-825-888-TALK is the telephone number around here. What'd you end up doing all the way through the weekend?
Everything, Ray.
Everything?
I massaged my mom's feet all day yesterday while I barbecued and did the yard.
Eehoo.
Everything, man.
That's wild.
Yeah. Boy, when are you going to stop massaging my feet, boy?
Oh, that's just...
So you had one hand on the toes, one hand on the wrist.
Mom, you want me to change the channel for you too? I've got a free. I use my toes to change the channel for you on the TV.
You got to clean out the mom.
You are a good Ihu, and from our experiences here, so I know every once in a while you pick up the phone because it's vibrating and you look and it says mom and you're going, oh God, what now?
Oh, you're going to miss her.
Yeah, exactly. But you will miss it when you don't get that particular ringtone. Mine was the sound of a klaxon horn going off on a ship. Whoop, 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 whoop. War Department, Mom's on the phone. 621. What do you want to talk about, Mom? The Archbishop. That was her thing before she died. She was like all up on in the Archbishop's grill about all kinds of crazy stuff that was going on in the church, and she'd still be all fired up, just like some of the other people are about. Well, about $30 million, is that it? It just sounds like a small amount here for everybody that's involved. But more on that a little bit later on, or not. I don't know. The whole thing sickened me. 22 after the hour. So I got. Have I introduced everybody? Me and you and you. All right. Well, let me introduce these folks now that are suffering from Mother's Day hangovers. Go.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
6:23 in the morning. All right, we'll take a look at the thing right about now and see. Do I have a top 10 this morning? I think I did. I wrote it down. There's the names. Got it. As usual, nobody surprised you. Rico Blancaflor at number 1 here.
Morning, big man.
And we all want to know about your adventures on Mother's Day. What did you do for Mother's Day? Can I tell you what some of the guys did? Just a casual observance. I spent a lot of time at the pool over at the Hyatt. Right, and I was there's the crazy side over here where everybody's been drinking mimosas all day, and then you got the side with families and kids. Yeah. It's a little bit more chill on that side. The one, it's the little one where the little mini the slide comes out.
Okay,
that's where I spent the majority of my time. Now I don't know. They must have been out doing something special for their mothers, because I was surrounded by a whole bunch of moms and little kids, and I'm looking around going, where's all the husbands? Where's all the daddies here? Happy Mother's Day. Mom, take the kids down to the pool. I'm going to sit around with my buddies and drink mimosas in the buffet, okay?
That was the mothers getting rid of them.
That was it? What,
yes,
the husbands?
Yes.
Because they were out there.
They want the children. They want to get rid of the man.
I was thinking it was completely different. I thought what they wanted to do was they wanted to go sit around by the pool just by themselves, lounging. Didn't want to be running after and screaming at the kids to get out of the water and stop splashing everybody. What's the matter with you? I taught you better than that. By the time I was done with my and they make a really, really good club sandwich over at the Hyatt swimming pool, right? Club sandwich, couple of beers.
Munchie down there.
By the time I was all done with that, I swear to God, I knew the name of every kid in the pool. Every kid in the pool. Was it every little kid?
Was Jesus Christ there, Ray?
Jesus, yes. Jesus, if I got to tell you one more time, no running. Tommy, Right? By the time it was all done, I knew all of the names of all of the children in the pool. Some of the mummies too. Hey, but 6:25. I probably should have put a notice that I was going to be down there. Anyway. So what? I did run into at least one dad. It was a nice guy, John or Jim. I think it might have been Jim. Nice fella, military guy, Navy, and we were talking for a little bit. He comes over, he says, "Are you Ray Gibson?" I said, "I am the Ray Gibson, yes."
Not.
And he comes over, he said, "I just want to say hi. I love your program, listen all the time." I thought that was very cool. He's a Navy guy, right? Yeah. I said, "Have you bought property here?" He says, No, I haven't bought any property. We're renting. And then he kind of gave me that look like, and all of a sudden he started looking like, wow, I feel bad because I realize I'm part of the problem here with the costs of rental associated. I said, no. That's just a narrative that somebody is trying to shove in your direction to blame you for something that you didn't do. I said the real problem is we haven't got enough jobs around here that are allowing our people to earn so that they can be competitive with you for those homes.
So you said go home, Howley?
And and I could feel it was like being in a confessional. I was like being in a confessional. I could feel the weight, the burden of his whatever they will call it privilege, but I could feel it lifting from his shoulders. Thank you. I'm here all week. 6:26 in the morning. Rico B at number 1. Pam the Ball, the amazing hot sister of the program, also coming at number 2. Nate Horn. Scour Facebook, and you'll be able to find pictures of Nate with in a variety of poses with kittens. Mark Cruz. Now, he had an action-packed, fun-filled. Something smells like spilt gasoline every time when I'm around Mark Cruz, but he's got some of that going on for real. Ismael Velez online, and his emoji here is a blue butterfly. Rico Blancaflor, Jane Nauta, Post Canteen online, and every time I say Post Canteen, you might be wondering, did we get a winner on Friday night? And the correct answer is no, we did not get a winner. Are you ready for this? $2,200 and $22.66. Is the new jackpot for this weekend's Queen of Hearts drawing. Amazing. Will we ever get a winner? Who will it be? And like I said, that kind of jackpot, that's up there high enough so that Daphne Shimazu might send somebody over so that the government of Guam can get their 30%. Let me see. Janine Bloss is online. Hi, Janine.
Morning,
See you in the
Janine.
top 10. That's cool. And Etty Bennett, Lohan Duenas rounds out the complete top 10. Growler Nick Perlowski's online. Dennis Benzer noticing that I only ever brush my hair once the show has started. Yeah, because you know why, Dennis? Because that's when I see that it really is flying away and completely unmanageable. I'm thinking about a couple of things. One, hairspray, maybe some gel, or just spit down the side to keep it down in one direction.
Mousse. Do they still make mousse?
Well, there's also the possibility that I might stop being so lazy about getting on the phone and calling for a haircut. Here's just a moment. This is the essence of Ray. I need a haircut. I recognize I need a haircut. I recognize I need a haircut about 6 times a year, and so do you, because it's something I talk about whenever I notice it. But I'm too lazy to pick up the phone and either call Cody's wife Amanda or Ashley over at Rosie
Amanda
Rouge.
haircut or Ashley haircut?
Yeah, Ashley haircut, Amanda haircut. One or the other. It's going to happen. I just don't know where. And then you go through the then there's the, hey, do you have time? You have a spot in your calendar, and then there's the negotiation. Oh, it's at 12:01, 2. Can I have something earlier in the day, like 10:30, 11ish? Do I get something like that? I never asked for a Saturday. Forget it. The hairdressers are busy on Saturday. And then so once we've decided it's a good day and a good time for the haircut, then I actually have to go. Then I have to go.
You have to actually.
You know what
show
happens?
Up, right?
Well, yeah. You know why that's a problem? Because showing up is one less beer. Going someplace is just it's. I've got to factor all of that stuff in my head. I'll work on it. It's what we need is to have the Ray Gibson Morning Show hairdresser. Just somebody that will come in every day
Yeah.
and fix up the hair, do the nails, make them shiny like on TV. Mana, you want to get something like that? Ray Gibson Show, early morning hairdresser?
Yeah, sure.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's not hard. Just ponytail.
Whatever, just somebody come by.
Bring it.
Margaret Estacio is online. There's Henry Minglonia saying buenos para todos Hamzu. I'll go look with John Barcinas and Nicholas JB is there. I see Felix Bumba. Sonia Limes Kelly is online. Now, some of you might remember Sonia Limes Kelly. She used to be the executive assistant for Lee Holmes at Guam Cable TV once upon a time. Still has lots of really good friends here on Guam, including the other Lee. That would be Lee Weber, who might actually be lurking in the program here this morning. Good to see you, Sonia. I see Dennis Benzer, Patty Cruz. Let me see. Renee Lau is online. Renee is celebrating for, I think, the 5th time the grand opening of Tiger Sugar.
Sweet.
At the Micronesia Mall.
They're all over the place right now.
He's actually got. I got some video of the actual for real ribbon cutting at the place. Thanks, Renee. I appreciate you setting that out. Also, I'm not sure how this happens because this is completely out of his character. But he sent me video of Good Time. I think it was Saturday night over at Good Time, and I'm like, Renee, good for you, getting out there. Listen, you need to hook up with some of the other names around here. Hook up with Dennis and Sarita and some of the others, and there will never be any more boring nights. I got let me see, Gina San Nicholas, Benidoso Tau Tau is there. Brad Wood, who's online. Valerie S.A. Untalan says, thank you. I had really bad withdrawals not seeing nor hearing from the Point family. Don't do that again. Thanks, Valerie. I appreciate that. Here's what happened. I don't know. There was a thing, and it had to do with some kind of technical audit at quote Meta, what we used to call as Facebook, some kind of technical audit that was taking place. And for some reason, the software that we use and other radio stations that are using this kind of visual radio on Facebook and other social media, we're not the only ones, all of a sudden got flagged by Meta, and then, there was a security thing. The software guys finally figured it out with the Meta guys. So, excuse me, hopefully that won't be another occurrence. Hopefully, he says, that won't occur again. Chet Juggan is online. Margaret Estacio Ricanata is there. Buenos and half a day. Jason Dinkle. I got Joe Tetpahago, Jose Tetpahago Jr. watching the show. I got Tim Zedeker. Good morning to Frank Camacho. Half a life, Frank. Good to see you there, Brett. Jason Dinkle, like I said. Luke S.N. Angel is there. I got Lonnie Solis awake already this morning. Sarita Gurin, pretty Sarita. Have you noticed that all of the pictures of Sarita in Facebook? Well, I mean, most recently, a lot of them. She's in the last one.
I see them. Right?
Holding a margarita.
Yeah.
Holding a margarita. Holy margarita.
With a smile.
Exactly. Sandra De Leon Guerrero is hanging out. James Howard, a reminder, YouTubers, we are the resistance. You know what? I figured it out because I was looking. Now that we're back on Facebook, the bigger chunk of the viewers are with us on Facebook. And then I was looking over at the live stream on the YouTube side. You got James Howard there. Who's your Big Daddy 06, Ross 671, Honey, and we got Lena McDaniel, Carl Meyer from aboard the Herodote online. And I'm looking at this thing and I'm going, oh, I figured it out now. I figured it out. These aren't the bad boys. You know what YouTube is? YouTube is the alternative school. Right? Department of Education, you got the regular schools, and you got some kids that are such badasses that they can't go to that school anymore, so they got to go to whatever the quote alternative learning school is. Yes. That's what I'm thinking the YouTube side is like.
One-on-one or one-to-one.
Francis Ishmael. What's funny is the number of people that are in both spaces, right? Watching on Facebook, but getting the comments on Facebook and YouTube. I encourage that behavior. Nothing wrong with that. Brandon Fausto is there. I see good mornings to Marla Carbolito and Michael Jr. Laguatnia. Half a day from Manama Governorate, Bahrain. Mike, you're the guy. Okay, so Mike, I'm glad that you found us on Facebook Live, but Mike is the guy I've noticed in the last few days. We've been getting one listener in Bahrain and on the stream. So I'm assuming, Mike, that's you. Glad you found the video side of this. Nice. Charles Craw is online here this morning. I see Mike Grace Blas, Joe Dizon, Sarah Lake in the program, Joanne Taitano, Buenos, Zen Havaday to Heather Pears, and Bob and Connie Bartonico online. Stephen Applegate is watching the program. I see Melinda St. Nicholas. Is it McMullen? Sometimes it cuts you off too soon. Ken LG says, soon we will see the Red Queen toss out the $300 checks monthly for gas instead of spending the money on a mass transit system. Don't make me look in the book of Lou and Josh, where they talk about a public-private partnership with somebody to finally and forever straighten out the Guam mass transit system. As it is right now, I think they took the one guy that knew anything about it and let him retire, and he has been replaced by the guy that was in charge of the swimming pools. You remember that? Yeah. What's the guy's name? You remember it?
Ybanez.
Yeah, Ybanez is out there. Francis Salas.
Or is it Ibanez?
Zen Nafade to Anna Marie. Gemma Bustamante is there. Nice to see Miley Roxby Wong checking out the program. Good to see you there, sweetheart. Give the old man a hug and a kiss. Alfredo Mendoza is checking us out. So is former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
Whoop, whoop. Bring it back.
Did I say Sandra Regis without, and we didn't Biba?
Do we, man, Biba?
I did not. I don't recall Bibaing when we did Sandra Regis because she's running for office.
Sandra.
Here's another Biba for Vince Borja.
Biba.
Then rough day. May I please humbly ask for your vote?
Where are you playing at, bro?
No, that's Vince. This is Vince Borja. This is the one. Right? Pretty wife. He's running for office. Perlita Delamar Garcia, Zoe Kitsutu, Hoffa Franklin Meno, Biba. Franklin Bunker.
Oh, yeah, Bunker. Hey,
oh, my God. You guys it's Monday.
Hey,
what happened?
to Monday, Chalo.
Bunker, I'd love to hear your adventures with Kenley and Guerrero. I understand that you guys were under a tent somewhere down in Molesso over the weekend looking for signatures and trying to get votes. Vince Mesa, there's Guitar Vince on the line right now.
There he is, Biba.
Good to have you online and everybody else. They might be wondering, okay, all right, Monday. What do we got here? What do we got to talk about? What's going to be making people crazy? What's going to make Nick Perlowski growl all morning long? I don't know. There's any number of headlines, items in the table of contents that I was looking at there this morning. 109 days until the primary election. Are we ready for it? I guess all of that unpleasantness. Can I bring it up again? I want to. If for no other reason, because it occurs to me that at 6:36, I don't think I've had a chance to trigger anybody in the Central Executive Committee of the Democratic Party of Guam. I don't think I've had the If I did, it was one of those kind of just a glancing blow. But I want to be a little bit more direct. Hey, did you guys see Mike St. this weekend? No, you didn't see Mike St. this weekend. Oh, wow. How about that? Where was I headed? It was out the door, going for a walk down into Tumon somewhere. It was Friday night, Saturday night. Friday night. And they had
great memory.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. No, it was Friday night, and at the Hyatt, the F&B gang, the F&B business is back, ladies and gentlemen, because they had I don't want to say it's a gala, but they had the Executive of the Year deal over at the Hyatt, and I'm no longer the MC of that thing, so I was absolutely delighted to walk right by the thing and go, hey, don't have to work tonight. This is awesome. And then I saw all these big shots. James Martinez walking through there, and all of a sudden here comes a familiar face. It's Congressman Mike St.
On Guam.
And he says, aren't you one of the Executive of the Year nominees? No.
Stop it.
Here with that. And I kind of telegraphed the idea, hey, you owe me and Joe and Mon a phone call, A. But B, I said, no, you have a good time, Governor. Check you later, Governor. Yeah, because he's got it. You know the guy's got it, right? I mean, for the CEC and the Democratic Committee on Guam to have gone through all of the acrobatics that they did to try to close the primary, realize that they screwed the pooch. It was the dumbest decision ever, and then they have to rescind it without actually looking like it's a retreat or a surrender. But everybody knows that it is. And now you got people that are mouthing the same thing. Over the weekend in Pacific Daily News, one of their editorials echoed what I was talking about last week. Look, you guys want to make it so that because they said, to the Guam Election Commission, we'd like you to start putting together the rules and regulations. Please promulgate the rules and regulations for a closed primary election for the Democratic Party of Guam. To which I say, happy to do it, but just so you know, if you close a primary, we're going to charge you for this. we will charge you if you want us to conduct the election. You want to make it closed, then you're going to pay for the privilege of using our expensive paper, the buses that we use to transport everything, and all the rent that we're going to have to pay for everybody else to get it done. And I think that is appropriate. I think it is fair. So ponder that, guys, as you try to figure out what bad decision you're going to make today. In 20 minutes, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Mana Silva Tyron has got your first big look at other headlines this morning, and she will tell you as we play the music what happened overnight.
Well, closing arguments took place on Friday in a robbery trial of a man who was accused of committing at least one robbery. Deliberations will continue this morning with the jury. Eddie Addy is accused of robbing Number One Market. His deliberations continue today. Meanwhile, former Guam behavioral health and wellness psychiatrist Abner Pasatempo will be standing trial in August in the Superior Court. He appeared before a judge last week. The 64-year-old charged with criminal sexual conduct. He pleaded not guilty and is scheduled to have his jury selection begin in August. Also, the Department of Education putting out a survey for parents to review, seeking feedback on the school's performance over the last school year. The superintendent says this helps them make improvements in their services and will also result in continuing accreditation for each of the schools. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing. I'm
Why are you
just
laughing?
wondering because I'm wondering how many parents are going to get that and go, there was school? There was school? I thought it was still COVID.
What happened?
The boys just been outside feeding the pigs, last with the Carabao. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. All right, a bunch of other items in the table of contents that we'll get around to getting to. I do got to do some shouts to the guys. They refer to themselves as Cohort B. On the YouTube side, nice, Ray and Mana.
Well played.
Lupang Guam says, Ray and Mana are looking sharp today because if we ought to work the camera in your direction one of these days. Sarita says, lazy Mother's Day for me. My kids cooked and fed me whatever it is that I want. Francis says, Mael over there. Lupang Guam. For those crypto lovers out there, do a Google search for why gold is money, a periodic perspective to learn why gold, of all of the universe's elements, is the best money. Peter Tureen saying morning to everybody. I got Rob Q still listening, and Jason Lee Cruz extending Buenos Zen Day to everybody on the YouTube side as well. It would be remiss if I didn't say, and I got to do this every once in a while. Otherwise, people are going to say, "Why'd you put so much money in that technology if you're not inviting people to use it?" Fine. Hit the share button on whatever it is that you're watching on. There is a thing. It's an arrow, and it's pointing out. Okay, that's not an undo button. It's not a redo button. It is the share button. Press that button and let everybody know that this is the place that you have found. And especially if you're in the military, especially if you are in the military, you let all the other guys in the command know that this is where we come for yucks, because might be the only place on Guam where you can make jokes about Benjamin Nicholson, the admiral, and get away with it.
Oh, yeah.
So hit that share button.
Be alarmed.
Yeah, there's an alarm. There's a little thing looks like an alarm bell. Hit that one, then you get a notification. Like and follow on Facebook, and then you'll get a notification whenever I'm on the air or whenever Bob Klitsky is on the air. And that might be all that you need to know. I really, really appreciate it. I don't count the numbers myself. That kind of thing. As far as I'm concerned, you're in your family, whatever. But the advertising people, they're impressed by big numbers, and so do me a favor, make the numbers big, and then we'll get more advertising, and then we'll be able to do all of the crazy and incredible things that James Howard wants us to do with these channels. It's 6:42. I'll be right back in a sec. Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. work better together.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
And News 644, Ray Gibson Show. It's time for our first look at what I like to refer to as right now traffic because we've actually tapped into some of the social media and the tech giants' ability to basically steal your data. We know where you are and what you're doing most of the time. We can see what's happening in the traffic. See, this me disclosing this is open source. So when you turn on location data, it shows up on maps. And so we can see that there's a little bit of traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base. Also looking at traffic at Ukadu, intersection of 1 and 3, looking like it wants to get busy. But it's not just basic intersection traffic through there. 1 and 16 over Micronesia Mall, also running just a little bit thicker than normal these days at this time. Traffic southbound Marine Corps Drive into the Tamuning area, no major problems through there. And hopefully people moving at faster speeds because there aren't as many bumps on the road because the guys have been doing some work. Can I tell you one of the places where I'm most happy that they are doing the work? You're going to say, no, Ray, finish this up and get to something else. But no, it's already in my head, so it's too late. Intersection of Marine Corps and 10. That is the road for those of you that are new. It's in an area we used to call Northgate when I was a kid, and there used to be a Northgate Payless, and now it's a Triple J or whatever. But at that intersection there, after decades of cars making that right-hand turn from Marine Corps Drive onto Route 10, that one little angle, that one little intersection there had just gotten awful. I mean, it was terrible. You see rebar sticking up and broken concrete and broken asphalt, and it's just one of those signs that nobody in the government cares about the roads. But I can as evidenced now by the insane amount of construction paid for by federal funds. Paid for by, I believe, military buildup funds.
Thank you for the military buildup.
They've fixed that now. It's they're still it's in process because there's a couple of steel things up on the top, but they fixed it, and that will be a much smoother transition for cars getting off Marine Corps Drive and out to Route 10. I will also note that there was a once upon a time. You'll remember this because I'm sure you'd seen it and thought, I wonder if anybody's ever going to fix it. Right across the opening, the construction opening for the Don Don Donkey. There was this little strip of asphalt, right? Like it looked like a median, but it was just a little strip of it. And over the course of millennia, it had broken up into pieces, so it was no longer. It looked like a snake because it was broken at so many different angles. And you know what? Last week, somebody went out there with a shovel and a wheelbarrow and picked it up. My God, what a truly responsive government we have when we're using federal funds. That's just awesome. At any rate, 6:47 in the morning, I just wanted to point that out. That's enough right now, traffic here on The Point.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
We're celebrating frontliners. So the governor's going to go out there and do a wave. You know, I don't know that we are entitled. I know I'm entitled. Privileged like you wouldn't believe. But it occurs to me that for all intents and purposes, we've all been here since day one. We're essential to communications and essential to news and information as members of the media. And I want to say that we made it all the way through this COVID-19 thing. We made it.
But you guys more than me because I took some breaks.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, they were the necessary breaks. I referred to them offline as mental health breaks.
Yes.
But we had, you did have some of those. But for the most part, we're in the very beginning of all of it, when we were trying to explain to our listeners the value of the CAR score and the reasons behind why it was important to mask up and wash your hands and maintain 6-foot distance. And then we changed our mind on all that stuff. But we were there with the original frontliners. I wonder if we're going to get any kind of waves. Do they have any more of those medallions that they printed? That they made the little pins?
They were pins, Ray.
They were pins.
Yeah.
Do we have any more of those pins?
Medallions.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
Like a little card.
I think they put them in storage, Ray.
We should. There's every single one of us that has been on Guam in the last 2 years. Every single one, business people and employees of one kind or another. Everybody except the people that were in the government of Guam that were paid not to work. Those guys. Your paycheck. I hope you saved the strip, the bottom part.
Yeah, the stubby stub.
Yeah, the stubby stub. I hope you saved the stub. That's your reward. There is your frontliner reward for, hey, they didn't actually have any work for me. They didn't actually shut down my shop, and there wasn't really any work. But I still got paid because Governor loves us. That's important. But that stub, that's your reward. But the rest of us that come into work every day. And the bosses that were coming to work every day and had to because they didn't have any more employees because they put everybody on 20-hour work weeks, right? And I think those guys, those guys ought to get some kind of reward or, in the very least, an apology. $650, but we're going to do waves. There's going to be waves and gaslighting, so just prepare yourself for all of that. Yeah. Governor leading the Hospital Week wave to celebrate Guam's frontliners. Hospitals serve as the vessels of life in our community.
No, you didn't.
No, that's what they wrote.
Oh, wow.
That's what they wrote.
Oh,
they're the vessels
Send
of
me
life.
a copy of that.
It's the Elton John song. And their physicians, nurses, and support staff as the beating hearts of life-saving operations and critical care.
So they're acknowledging the beating of the heart as a sign of life.
It's not just me.
Okay.
It isn't just me.
It
just feels like there's this whole kind of, I don't know, is it irony or hypocrisy?
So the beating of the heart is a sign of life, and that is the vessel of life. Here we are.
Hospitals serve as the vessel of life, and the support staff are the beating hearts of life-saving operations and critical care, said Governor LG. On Guam, we're blessed to have 3 hospitals and their compassionate forces serving our people in their time of need. They all have our thanks and respect every day. But this week, we pay special tribute to the unyielding strength of our dedicated men and women at the Guam Memorial Hospital, Guam Regional Medical City, and U.S. Naval Hospital, Guam. In moments where people are most vulnerable and most worried, hospital workers are there doing difficult and demanding work, holding our hands, offering voices of calm and comforting glances. Strangers in the night, exchanging comforting glances. And they say things will be okay, said Governor Lieutenant Governor Todoro. Through long shifts and late nights, they are saving lives, creating solace, and helping to make us a better island. This week, we honor the heart and soul they pour into their professions, and we urge our island to join them. Okay, so there's going to be a wave this afternoon, 4:30 at the ITC intersection in Tuning. I'm not saying that alternate routes are suggested, but you know how those kinds of things will tangle up traffic. So just get through there, or just be prepared to wave one way or the other.
Honk your horn.
Now we got this from May Habib over at the Guam Memorial Hospital, and there are 2 versions of it. And as near as I can tell, the only difference is the font. So I decided that, I'm more of a sans serif guy, so I printed that one out, and we'll read some of it to you. Now, National Hospital Week is being celebrated across the U.S. to honor and celebrate the selfless dedication of all hospital staff. While always essential, COVID-19 has shown us how crucial our healthcare workers truly are. Oh, my God. We're going back to the Spanish flu on the rest of this. The courage, skill, and dedication we've seen. Oh, there's 2 pages. Never mind. It's not that important. Happy Hospital Week to you wherever you happen to be. Is there something else that is out there that we might want to celebrate besides Hospital Week? I have a list. It is Food Allergy Awareness Week. And there's a story that I saw on Twitter, and I'm going to try to put the story as delicately as possible. Apparently, this guy and his girlfriend were playing fart games.
Oh, yeah.
And she, I know it's kind of an offensive word this early in the morning.
Cover her head.
No. She dodoed in his direction, in the direction of his face. And I swear to God, I saw it on the internet. It must be true. It triggered a peanut allergy.
Oh,
I'm not making this up.
Oh, man.
Dennis Benzer is banging his keyboard right now. Where do we find? So I'm looking at the thing, and I first of all, I don't put any credence into peanut allergies. I'm one of those guys. When did people start getting allergic to peanuts? Just all of a sudden, you're riding on an airplane and they hand out the peanuts, and then the very next flight, you get on the airplane and they're warning you there's peanuts in this bag of peanuts. We just have to get into some kind of weird anaphylactic shock. Your face, swells up and explodes because there's peanuts in there. And ever since then, have you noticed that people are, identifying now as allergic to any number of other things that exist out in the world force?
I'm peanut vaccinated, Ray.
Are you vaccinated? Did you get your booster?
my peanut booster.
Do you remember Auntie Mary wouldn't eat fruits with seeds on the outside for some reason? That was always so. Food Allergy Awareness Week.
We report. You decide.
Reading is Fundamental Week. I remember when they first came out to that. Salute to Moms 40-plus Week. Hey, Real Joe. Salute to Moms 40-plus Week. There's Work at Home Moms Week.
Oh, yeah, Work at Home Moms.
By definition, all mothers are work at home mothers. I'll give you that nod.
Oh, yeah,
Etiquette Week.
Work it.
Stuttering Awareness Weeks. There's Hooray for Buttons Day. I don't know if we're talking about the buttons like on a shirt or people named Buttons. Lost Sock Memorial Day. I no longer have Lost Sock Memorial Day. This is life advice. This is life advice from your Uncle Ray. 60. I'm 60 years old on Wednesday. I'm now in a position to give you, whether you want it or not, all of my life's experiences. It's Lost Sock Memorial Day. If you don't want to worry about lost socks, buy all the same sock. Once every couple of years, you've heard me tell you this story, I go to Amazon, or I couldn't find the ones I want over at Kmart anymore. All of a sudden, all the good socks over at Kmart, for whatever reason, they're gone. So I had to go to Amazon.com, bought 2 or 3 packs of exactly the same kind of sock. Black sock. That's it. That's all I want. And when they get lost, I don't notice.
But you wear white shoes.
What's that?
You wear white shoes.
I'm wearing brown shoes.
You don't have no
white
white socks, man?
I don't have white socks. It's Butterscotch Brownie
white
Day.
Socks for his white shoes.
Tear the tags off the mattress day. Okay.
That's a federal offense, Ray.
Don't do it at Home Depot.
Wow, man.
Don't go to Furniture by Kathy. Wait until after you buy it, and then you can tear the tags off.
Maybe.
Anybody remember? Maybe.
They might storm through your door, man, right when you clip it.
Right? But if you get caught with ice, they'll let you go. But if you got caught
we'll see you in 3
tag
months.
Off, 657. It looks like justice or some kind of justice is going to get done. One of the stories that Mono was talking about in the headlines is the Jerry Kitchen driver. Jerry Kitchen case. For those of you that just got here, Jerry Kitchen is a business on Marine Corps Drive. And there's a Pacific Financial in a building next door, and there is in the building there. It's still Coast 360 there, right? In the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, it's next to where the Infusion is on Marine Drive.
Close to, yeah.
Yeah, people are going,
That's
Ray,
the
there's
corner.
20 infusions on Range Drive. Which one are you talking about? Okay, the one by Gibson's.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a store in there one night, and it was the night that they had reopened the bars. We'd gone into P-Core 2 or something like that.
Party time.
Party time. They'd reopened the bars, and of course they all plexiglass and stupid, contact tracing rules, and video surveillance. So they got video surveillance over at the bar. And the question that I have for you, Phil, if you're awake and listening right now, did they give you your machine back? Did they give you your machine back? My understanding is they came and they confiscated the machine for evidence, but I don't think they gave it back once they got what they were looking for. I'll double check later on. Anyway, so they got video surveillance of a bunch of these girls partying and having a good time, and then there's surveillance over from, I think it's Take Care, right? One of the buildings around there that shows the car kind of in the aftermath state. What had happened is it came off Marine Corps Drive. The driver lost control of the vehicle, miraculously went through between two concrete poles into the parking lot and into Jerry Kitchen. I mean, just knocked down the front walls and everything. Knocked the thing down. Cops show up. Nothing to see here, ma'am. Everybody just kind of move along until people like Cousin Troy from over at Canada started asking the question, wait a second, what was the investigation? We had thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damages to this building, and nobody was cited. There was no investigation after this. Well, there was an investigation after that into the police, as a matter of fact, and they finally determined that one person was responsible for it. Now, how is that case going to end out? I don't know. I got to stop talking now because Fox News Live is already playing. We're KUSG gotten you. This is The Point.
Both sides making their case. I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. Abortion rights activists and opponents rallying outside the Supreme Court on Mother's Day. A draft opinion leaked last week indicates the justices are poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on CBS's Face the Nation.
Here we are on Mother's Day, a week where the court has slapped women in the face in terms of disrespect for their judgment about the size and timing of their families.
The House approved legislation in February codifying abortion access, but the measure was blocked in the Senate. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer plans to try again this week.
Schumer, in all likelihood, will bring back the same bill that we voted on earlier. That bill failed. You know, it's interesting. He calls it a bill to codify Roe versus Wade, but that's not, in fact, what the bill does. It is a radical abortion bill, which sadly reflects where today's Democrats are.
Senate Republican Ted Cruz on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo. No relief in sight at the gas pumps. Prices climbing 15 cents in the last 2 weeks to a national average of $4.38 per gallon. Oil analyst Trilby Lundberg expects things to get worse.
Especially now that Europe may take the step of embargoing Russian oil, period. Crude oil will lead the way once again. We will probably see higher gasoline and diesel fuel at retail.
Lundberg says the cost of gas is $1.38 higher than at this time last year. Dangerous winds picking up again in northeast New Mexico, where more than 1,500 firefighters are trying to beat back a wildfire that charred at least 275 square miles. Some families who fled were allowed to return to their homes after a few days of calm, but winds are threatening to spread burning embers that could ignite new fires. The wildfire started as two separate blazes that merged together last month. So far, the fire has burned over 275 square miles. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Download podcasts.
Ukraine bracing for more assaults from Russia ahead of Victory Day celebrations tomorrow.
Ukrainian officials believe Russia's military will escalate their attacks if a victory can't be claimed in Mariupol by Monday. Over the past few days, the Russians ran through a rehearsal for their Victory Day celebrations in the capital with fighter jets overhead and troops in the street. Russian President Putin is looking to project an image of strength here. And several times today, here in the capital of Kyiv, we have heard air raid sirens warning civilians here to get underground and get to safety. This city does remain in Russian sights.
Fox's Trey Yingst. Earlier today, First Lady Jill Biden made an unannounced visit to the Ukrainian capital. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau also making a surprise visit to Ukraine. Authorities in the Bahamas confirm 3 U.S. tourists have died at a resort after falling ill.
Police were notified Friday morning, shortly after 9, by staff at the Sandals Emerald Bay in Exuma that a man was found unresponsive on the bedroom floor of his villa, and a second man and a woman were found unresponsive at another villa. Officers said they showed no signs of convulsion, but no signs of trauma. Also, they were pronounced dead at the scene, and a third woman was airlifted to a nearby hospital. The Bahamas acting prime minister says although the cause of death is unknown, foul play is not suspected.
Fox's Christina Coleman. The Johnny Depp defamation trial is on a 1-week break.
Amber Heard testified for 2 days straight about a constant cycle of both sexual and physical assault. In one, she described being assaulted with a bottle.
I'm looking at it in his eyes, and I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore.
Johnny Depp is suing Heard for $50 million over an op-ed in 2018 in which he claimed to be a victim of domestic abuse. Although the article does not name Depp, his team says his career was throttled.
Fox's Michelle Polino. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Off a day at 7:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyrant with a look at your local news on The Point. The jury will continue their deliberations in the trial that ended last week of a man who was linked to at least one robbery that took place earlier this year. The deliberations started following the closing arguments on Friday. The trial is involving Eddie Addy. Now, both parties presented closing arguments. Prosecutors asserting that Addy robbed Number 1 Market, but his defense claims that Addy is innocent and evidence doesn't prove that he did it. Addy faces charges of second and third degree robbery, theft of property, and terrorizing. Meanwhile, also from the court, former Guam behavioral health and wellness psychiatrist Abner Pasatempo will stand trial come August. Pasatempo, while he was a clinician at the center, had 8 sexual harassment complaints filed against him by his patients who were under his care. The 64-year-old appeared in court on Friday. The jury selection set to begin on August 3rd. You might recall that Pasatempo had pleaded not guilty to 7 counts of official misconduct as misdemeanors and 7 counts of harassment as petty misdemeanors. His complaint was filed against him back in February. He's no longer able to practice in Guam, and his application for licensure was also unanimously denied last month by the Guam Board of Medical Examiners. And the Department of Education will put out a survey this week for parents hoping to get some feedback on their school's performance over the last year. The superintendent, John Fernandez, in the Post said that the Yes survey in years past has helped them make improvements in their services. The survey, Fernandez says, will be used by the school's principals to improve student experience on the campus. They'll also use the results for continuing accreditation of the schools. Well, more news right after this.
Half a day. My name is John Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program at Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program at Salapi.
Application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
2 potential development projects in Tumuning real estate market are up for a municipal public hearing this week. The Guam Daily Post reporting one of those developments deals with turning an eyesore into a multi-family dwelling, while the other turns an old inn into housing for temporary workers. The Tumuning Mayor, Luis Rivera, says that the Tri-Villages Municipal Planning Council is hosting 2 public hearings this week to address an application to change the commercial residential zoning for the former Pagoda Inn for workforce housing for temporary workers. Because the change has potential impact on the surrounding community, residents and businesses will be urged to submit their testimony and provide public comment. The second application for review during the public hearing is for conditional use permit and height variance on a property that sits at the entrance of the Tumuning Village in a commercial zone. The site is the old Smart Furniture along the cliff line of East Agana. The new owner is hoping to convert the building to a 6-story structure. The application for conditional use and height variance on lots 2029 has been in the works since 2018. It's already had 1 public hearing, which drew several testimonies in opposition to the application. This week's public hearings will take place on Wednesday, May 11th, and then on Thursday, May 12th, beginning at 4 o'clock in the afternoon at the Tumuning Community Center. It will also be streamed live on the Tumuning Mayor's Facebook page. And Star Marianas Airlines is resuming their flight service from Rota to Guam following the proposal made by 2 Rota lawmakers to fund the transportation of Customs and Border Protection officers from Saipan to Rota. According to the Saipan Tribune, Senator Paul McLaughlин's office will be temporarily shouldering the expense of the transportation of the CBP officers. While they look for a permanent solution, the officers will be allowed to clear all outbound and inbound passengers. McLaughlin says this is vital for the people of Rota and will help provide residents there international destination flights, greater opportunities for medical care, education, and access to affordable commodities on Guam. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
So basically, they're encouraging shopping trips, right?
Yeah,
sounds
come
like
on over.
Look, they got nothing to do this weekend. There's a Ross on Guam. There's a Kmart on Guam.
Yeah.
And so get on the airplane,
come
fly
to the
down.
Big Island over here.
You know.
Well, remember
Yes, come on
back in the
over.
day, they would come over and get like bags of KFC.
Oh yeah, yes, vividly.
Fill up on McDonald's
Vividly.
and then go right back home.
Exactly. Yes, I remember getting on those airplanes, and you got guys. Forget about diapers or formula or anything like that. What do you want from Guam? For a long time, they didn't have a KFC up there, and so
I don't
people
know if they
fly
do
up.
now.
Yeah. There should be one. Susupi.
Oh, okay.
Susupi. So when I say Susupi, do you know where I'm talking about?
Saipan?
It's somewhere,
but in
somewhere
Rota.
in Saipan.
But in Rota, they don't have
I don't think
one.
they have anything in Rota. I think they just, it's like the song, and that's it. You got there, you drive around for about 3 minutes, and that's
no
pretty much
In-N-Out?
the
I thought there was an In-N-Out there.
Bigs. They don't want anybody knowing.
And if you're at Retidian and on a very clear day, you can see the check mark.
Yes, the check mark
For
from
In-N-Out?
the sign.
Yeah, you
yes.
can get a peanut allergy from there, man.
Quiet, because otherwise the word about the Walmart's going to leak out, and then all hell is going to break loose. 7:12 in the morning. All right, now before we get into the traffic here, because you know how distracted I am, I was looking at celebrity birthdays, and it really annoyed me that this particular celebrity only had a couple of movies that she's been given credit for, Sin City and Daredevil, and I'm going, no. Rosario Dawson is 43 years old today. You can't play the audio on this, otherwise we're going to get nailed with a copyright deal. But Rosario Dawson was also, anybody remember Men in Black #2? She was in that movie, and then she was in this movie. I forget the name of it. Was it Bill and Ted with Silent Bob or something like that? Wait, Clerks?
Clerks,
Is
man.
It? Anyway, so she's got this great dancing scene.
Oh,
that
she
has
does,
here
Ray.
in the movie. And so you might be wondering about the nature and the level of Rosario Dawson's talents. And I'm telling you right now that this is a clear, might be the paramount example, the quintessential Rosario Dawson. And could we not love her more? Look at that. Don't you just want all the guys in the world to look at you like that when you're doing your dancey dance thing? Happy 43rd birthday to Rosario Dawson. Candace Bergen has got a birthday today. Candace Murphy Brown?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that
you're drawing a blank here, aren't you? Television show
is that
Murphy
Johnny
Brown.
Depp's ex? One of them?
You know, we're all Johnny Depp's ex.
We are all
They found out, based on the testimony, they found out that he was straight and decided that was good enough reason to kick him off the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. 7:13. There's wait a second, one other birthday. This Billy Joel is 73 years old today, and there's guys out there going,
"Oh
yeah, Billy Joel."
Downtown guy.
I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I'm of the opinion that Billy Joel had two good albums. There was the one with the restaurant. That might have been it. Maybe just the one Scenes from an Italian Restaurant, and then maybe just one other in that same kind of 76, 77 era. And then everything after that has been just kind of forgettable.
You're not a fan, are you?
Not a big fan. Not a huge fan of Billy Joel. We didn't start the fire. I know. Turn that off. Turn that off, guy. Or can we get an update on it? But anyway, so the guy's 73 years old. I'll be nice because it's his birthday. It's just one of those things that you just go, wow, okay, got it. Don't understand, but sure enough, there's a lot of people that are today will be celebrating. There was a guy who was at the gas station the other day. And the radio's playing. They're playing Boss 104 in the radio station. All of a sudden, Uptown Girl comes up, and swear to God, Real Joe, this guy starts singing Uptown Girl like he was Billy Joel. I mean, in the Shell gas station, he's getting his ice cream thing, he's getting his shake, and he's singing Uptown Girl. He's been living in the Uptown Girl. Unbelievable. I guess there are fans out there. 7:15 in the morning, guy's gonna shiv me the next time he sees me. What am I supposed to do? Weather? Eventually. Partly sunny today, highs near 88 degrees, east-northeast winds, up to about 16 miles an hour. Going to have 22-mile-an-hour gusts today. Still warm, 94 degrees is what it's going to feel like a little bit later on. Mostly cloudy in the forecast for tonight. Tomorrow, same thing. Partly sunny all day, highs near 88 degrees, breezy, and then mostly cloudy skies, and overnight lows of about 78 degrees in the night times. Heat index today, like I said, 94. Sunrise early, 5:57. And who was up early to capture all of that, Jeff? From over at Pirates Cove, giving us the eastern sunrise glimpse from about a little more than an hour, 10, 20 minutes or so ago. I think it's going to be a nice day. Some decent skies that are out there right now. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:38. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together on The Point.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Ron and Kit. Speaking of homes, right? You end up buying a new home. Maybe you've got something on your mind. Maybe you passed by, put together a deal. I just want to make sure one last thing. Does the guy that I talked to actually have his name on the title out there somewhere? So when I buy it, nobody's going to come after me and say, "Oh, you bought the land from my crazy uncle." Oops, sorry. Yeah, it's not his. The guys over at Security Title, that's their primary job, is to make sure that kind of thing doesn't happen to you. So reach out to them and talk to them. Day number 1, 717.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Bye-bye Monday. Are we good? Groovy. Get lined up. Get to work. I don't know. He was on the line for a little bit, and I must have gone along on something. And Bunker decided he was going to go chase something else. Celebrity birthdays. No, wait. Not celebrity. I already did that, right? Okay. Let me just take another quick look at the Facebook live list and see who's found their way back. Mark Voitlin in the free zone. Auntie Bennett, Luan Duenas, Lulu Bell offering money just to put her sign in your property. Is that what's going on? No, I'd totally do that. No. Somebody was asking me. The retaining wall project is done, and now that it's done, I don't have to worry about somebody coming after me for the what do you call it? The permit. Okay. Oh, still okay. But anyway, so I got a building permit for a retaining wall, and the construction on that is finally done, and I'm absolutely delighted. Took some pictures of it, sent it out to the family chat, and everybody was like, "Hey, what are you going to put up there? Is it going to be Michelob Ultra logo or maybe Budweiser logo here?" And I was thinking, all in. We'll just get the all-in logo. Maybe the governor can pay me for it. I painted on the neighbor's side, of course, but it's any exposure is good exposure. So, Auntie Bennett, how much exactly were they offering for that? Greg Baz Knight. Ava Online, Jimenez Hessa saying half a day, and good morning to everybody. Dan Rasal, Oliver Malakas, I see Jess Mandiola. Buenas and half a day to Gene Fujikawa, and he's reaching out. This is his real name, by the way, so if you can help, then either right-click on him or just remember the name is Gene Fujikawa, Gene, asking, good morning, Ray. Happy Monday. Ray, anybody knows which clinic is the cheapest RT/PCR test for travel? And the answer, my friend, is, how the hell should I know? I'm not going anywhere. I don't need to worry about that. Check the vet. With your ivermectin. Here's the thing. I don't know, and it's annoying when I do hear about some of the prices that some of these clinics are charging. So by all means, shop around. Everybody that has done some traveling or knows where you might be able to get the PCR test for travel and what kind of timelines. Isn't that one of those things where it's like you got to get it in 48 hours and you want to rush this? Yeah, for our good customers, it's $100, but if you want to rush it, that's going to be $350. I hear that kind of thing in the interweb, so I don't know. Your mileage may vary. Good luck. Let me just stay here, Gene. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go that has something that you cannot get here on Guam? Do you realize just how many places in Agana alone you can get pizza? Where else do you think you're going to hit that same concentration on the delightful pizza experience that you can find all over Agana? Harvey Egna online. Hope everybody had a great week. Harvey Egna's got pictures of him and Mrs. Egna on the Facebook Lives, obviously celebrating something this weekend. Congratulations. Also asking the question, when will our Democratic senators finally agree on dropping the liquid fuels tax? Harvey, you're on your own. There's the DEH. Remember we were making that joke about DEH, that's the initials on the jackets and the ball caps and whatever that they bought for everybody over at Public Health, and said DEH, what's that stand for? Technically, the correct answer is Division of Environmental Health. But honestly, the answer is don't expect help. Here we are. You're on your own. Only people that we look out for are folks in the government of Guam, and if you're not in that category, then forget about it. I don't know when they intend to do that. Where's that? It's in Joe S.'s committee, right? The money.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be his.
Okay, so here's what I know about Joe S. I like the guy. Personally, we get along just fine. But I don't like the idea that there's, as far as I know, never been a tax that he didn't like. And then the ultimate insult is when we are talking about taxes. Oh, no, we can't eliminate that tax. We got to have that money standing by for pay raises next year. Forget the people of Guam. Forget everybody. He wants to set aside that money. Arguably, it is deserved. We need to pay our cops more. We need to pay our nurses more. We need to pay our teachers more. I don't have a problem with that. I got a problem with $80,000 a year, quote, marketing representatives and social, what is it, social media managers or social whatever. You know the title I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I got problems with that. Anyway, that's just me. Joe Andrews.
The speaker did put out a request to have the finance senator push her bill out.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have it up for a public hearing or put it on the floor or something.
Just
like
or
that.
buy everybody
Move it some way.
buy everybody an electric car or something like that. El Taitigui is online. Hey, dude. Well, I haven't seen you in a while. Cousin Mitchell Prashado. Tammy Bumba is online. I got let me see, Bertha Maza Cruz. It's my island, Ray. Only Guam employees matter, Ray. And if you don't like it, you're full of blank. Amy Rose Agagi Edmondson is online this morning. You're sharing space on with the deal with Norma Hagen, Renee Benny, good-looking Oliver Malakas, Cameron Mendiola, and Johnny Onadera, Jolene Almondres. Welcome. Good to have you online. Sep San and Vicente Pangolinan hanging out with us. Patty Ugun and Rosie Ciliaris. Rosie Ciliaris. Is that a yacht in her picture, Real Joe? Could you right-click on that, would you? Oh, yeah. Eddie Mercado is checked out the program. Mary Ann Rusco. I got Marvin Tuncap, Marsha Wong, Joanne Billaby, Rochelle Merrill, Billabay, Rochelle Merrill, Franklin Santos, Keenan McCausland from the upper left-hand corner of the United States has found us. Benidoso Tauta says, I like those Nike socks labeled L and R. When my wife does laundry, I can't find the right. You know, it doesn't really make any difference. They do that to charge you extra. I like compression socks as well, but those I don't buy from Nike anymore because they encourage slave labor in China. Francis Songa, good morning to Maria Fergiger, Tom Tahazi, Buenos Havade to Brad Wood. Pee Wee's Big Adventure addressed bad tempers and removal of tags from the bed. Thank you. I recall Belen Sedell is online. Had a great what do we call it, kiteboarding date with her husband, the doctor. Nice to see you there. Does he know that you send me multiple hearts in the thing every morning? Just asking for a friend. I got Kevin Canetta. Army Lynn is online. Good to see Jeff Colburn, John Ray Uggan, and Joe Jerry. Hoffa to John Santos. Did you see the clip of Amber? What looks like her hair? Oh yeah, I did see that, Dennis. Amber Heard. There's a video clip of her floating around, and you know I've always got like the little napkin. Yeah. So there's a video of her. I'm going to try to reenact it on the screen. And there's a video of her, and she gives a furtive glance down to the napkin, and she brings it up to her face with a fold in a certain direction, and you can clearly see she does that, and then it's followed by a little bit of this. Oh, yeah. A little bit of this. And I'm going,
I don't know what that means.
That's cocaine.
Oh,
She's
is that
taking
what
cocaine
that is?
Right there on the stand. Somebody test that woman, for God's sakes. I got Mike Grace Blas, Darren Torres, Joe Boy, and Nadine Cruz, Ike Sablon, Bill Fritton, Doris St. Nicholas, Ina Lee. Good to see that's Mana's classmate there. Joe Bamba is online. What the hell? Gas mask, says Brennan. Lady D is there from beautiful village of Gigotown. Flo Santos, Luke St. Nicholas Angel. It's working, people. All of the outbound likes, recommendations, and shares on the program is working. And we got a huge crowd with us this morning. 726, Jerry Roberts with the extra point. One last thought coming up in the program. There it is. This is one of those things where they say, you know, you're full of crap, Ray Gibson. How dare you suggest that there might be some kind of harm from taking these vaccines? Don't you realize as the efficacy has been tested, this comes from some of the greatest minds in science, some of these vaccines. And we wouldn't intentionally hurt you or allow you to be hurt. And then you get this story that Real Joe printed out for me this morning. And this is exactly the kind of vaccine everybody said I should get. Because, you know, I'm lazy. I didn't want to have to go twice. They said, yeah, just get the J&J and you're done. One and done, right? Yeah. One and done. Now, here it comes, a year now and some change since the J&J was available from the PNC staff. On Thursday, the Food and Drug Administration issued strict limits on Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccines. Sorry, that's mispronounced that. Wuhan vaccines. The limits on the one shot follows reports of blood clots due to the J&J vaccine. FDA's vaccine chief, Dr. Peter Marks, stated that the agency decided to restrict the vaccine after reviewing the data on the risks of, quote, life-threatening but rare. Life-threatening but rare blood clots, and concluding the blood clots are limited to the J&J vaccine. And so if I was one of those guys that swallowed all of that Kool-Aid that everybody else was drinking and got the J&J one and done like everybody had recommended, even though it's rare, it's life-threatening. This has always been what among the parts of the vaccine hesitancy that I've always had. One of them is just I defy. I don't care what the governor says or the president says or Fauci says or whoever. You can't make me, and I'm not going to for any reasons that you think are legitimate. The other one was I just thought that my situation didn't warrant the risk that I might encounter by taking these vaccines. And everybody says, oh, my God, Trumper, conspiracy theory. Where's your MAGA hat, Gibson? And now all of a sudden, all of my fears have been validated by the same agency that was pushing us in that direction. What will we find out in the Pfizer data dump? Have you started looking at that? Just an FYI. You know, what last week's conspiracy theory is this week's facts. 7:28 in the morning. Jerry Roberts with the Extra Point now, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Newsflash. You make people feel something every time you interact with them. Today's consumers do, and so do your employees. Let's chew that over next on the Extra Point.
This is the sound of connecting with nature, connecting to each other, and the sound of connecting with your finances. With First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app, you have the power to connect with your finances like never before. With real-time tracking on your financial goals and tailored updates on your accounts, First Hawaiian Bank is putting the power of connection at your fingertips. First Hawaiian Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
As I recall the story, a man goes home after work, walks in the door, and encounters his wife, eyes red and her cheeks stained with her own tears. He says, "What's wrong?" The woman looks at him and blurts out, "I don't think you love me anymore." Taken aback by this, the man replies, "Of course I do." She fires back, "I cook for you, keep the house clean, look after the kids, and hold down my own job. I don't feel appreciated, and you never tell me you love me." He takes her head into his hands, gazes deeply into her eyes, and he says, "I told you I loved you the day I married you. Why do I have to repeat myself?" From all indications, he's expected to make a full recovery. People feel something every time we interact with them, and that goes for supervisors as well as the people they supervise. Jeffrey Immelt, chairman of General Electric, once told the audience of a leadership event that he is in full evaluation mode every time he sets eyes on a member of his team. Immelt said it's impossible not to do that because that's how the brain is wired. We're in constant calculation mode. Did well, didn't do well. Good attitude, poor attitude. Could lead the new project, perhaps a risk to lead the new project. Need an aggressive retention strategy for this person so they don't walk out the door. Not sure this person is a long-term asset for the organization. We're calculating all the time. Those calculations lead to feelings, and those feelings lead to how we treat people and the quality of the interactions we have with them. As I mentioned a few moments ago, workers are calculating at the same time their boss is. She's solidly behind me. I'm not sure she supports me. This is a boss I can trust. I just can't seem to trust this person. I have a future here. Maybe I should look around and see what other options might be open for me. One way to change those question marks to exclamation points, the negatives into positives, is to offer genuine, sincere, specific praise on a regular basis. Praise and recognition are anchor points for a worker. You want to know what's scary? Very few managers have this awareness. Those at the companies I train with do, because I make it a point that they understand this reality. With multiple generations in the workplace, managers must know people better than ever before. Every meeting with a manager counts. Every meeting with a worker counts. Every time you go face up with a customer, it matters. Oh, and by the way, when you go home today, tell that special someone, I love you. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
Studio time 7:32, Ray Gibson Show. Yeah, it's like that. Everybody used to ask me, I said, Ray, it's Mother's Day. What are you getting your wife? I said, nothing. She's not my mother. Just thought I'd throw that out there because it's still funny in my head. 7:33. You know, neither one of them thought it was funny. Anyway, where were we? 7:33 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK. Just got this here in the gizmo, and it is a sign that said "Breaking News: Japan starting to accept tourists in June." And then there's a picture of a Japan passport. And it says, go to Japan Daily or someplace like that. Okay, I'll bite. I'm going to see if we can get some more information on exactly what the demands are. I'm not really all that interested, although I've got a couple of reasons, excuses why I could find myself in the land of the rising sun. But also curious as to how that impacts returning residents. Guam, Japan, is a source market for tourism here on Guam, one of the vital ones, one of the big ones. So it would be interesting to see if they have made any pronouncements about what the requirements are for returning residents, i.e. somebody that gets on an airplane, comes to Guam, goofs off at the Hyatt swimming pool or wherever all weekend long, and then flies back to Japan. What will they face? Will they be able to get back into the country, not have to worry about quarantines, not have to worry about boosters, not have to worry about any kind of vaccination cards or any of that stuff? So I am kind of curious to see. I'm looking for it right now. If you find it first, hit me up with a link on what the absolute latest is for returning requirements for residents and citizens of Japan. 7:34. Oh, yeah. Just while we're at it, if you thought there weren't enough hurdles for outbound tourism from Japan, the yen rate today is 130. About the same as it was last week when Governor Gutierrez and I were talking about, whether or not that was going to have a significant impact on the ability to start encouraging people to travel, considering they aren't going to be able to buy as many dollars when they get here, and that's the tough part. 7:35 now, Mana Silva Tyron with a look at all the big news and headlines. Mana, what happened?
Well, beginning today, if you're looking for COVID testing, just a reminder, the Barragata site at Tidzin, they're scaling down their operation, and that testing will only be offered Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 11. Public Health did announce last week that they're going to start scaling down their COVID response. Meanwhile, Star Marianas Airlines has resumed flight service from Rota to Guam. This is good news for residents of Rota who've been looking for increased travel opportunities. Two Rota lawmakers will fund the transportation of Customs and Border Protection officers from Saipan to Rota so that they can clear flights inbound and outbound. And the woman who was behind the wheel of a Jeep when it crashed into a Tamuning restaurant last year will be going to trial. The defendant, Nikita Teresa Ugin, appeared in court last week. Her jury selection and trial set to begin on July 6th. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
That's going to be an interesting trial. A couple of people talking about this in the social media, saying this is not necessarily a slam dunk. There's a lot of gaps here in the deal. We know because, as I said, there's surveillance from them over at venue doing some shots and having a good time. And then there are these people, these very same people that were having these shots, that are at the scene of a pretty bad accident. But what evidence puts her behind the wheel of the automobile? What does the prosecution have that makes them think that they've got a case? It feels pretty circumstantial. Could have been anybody behind the wheel.
I agree.
So that will be an interesting case, I think,
I didn't see any close-up video, and I was kind of hoping that the restaurant would have had some of their video surveillance footage available. Remember we pointed it out. There was some cameras right there, right at the entrance of the
7:36. We'll see if we can get some expert testimony on this before too much longer. Maybe give it a couple of days to simmer, find out what else is going to be going on in that particular case. It's 7:37 in the morning, and we normally would now take a break to go and find out what's happening on your roadways, which is what we're going to do.
In celebration of our 33rd anniversary, BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of plain grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Agana, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way. Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, presented by GTA, is bringing international tennis back to Guam. 4 weeks of international play will swing into action with 2 weeks of juniors, followed by 2 weeks of pros, May the 15th through June 12th. The Guam National Tennis Federation will host world-ranked players who will be coming to Guam from all over the world. Netters will compete for ranking points and cash to improve their position among the world's best. Matches will be played daily at the Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, starting May 15th through June 12th. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dimension Systems, New Gen, American Medical Center, and Morico Equipment.
Traffic Gizmo time. Put it on the screen. Now it's on your screen as well. We have northbound traffic, non-existent. Let me see, a little bit of southbound traffic trying to get into the Waisang Song area. It's not meeting up with a whole lot of folks off Waisang Song. Also looks like things aren't as busy as they usually are up around Ukadu High School and the intersection of 1 and 3. Generally, by now, it's a solid red line from the school down to Marine Corps Drive. Intersection traffic, most of the stops that you're going to find. Route 16 busy right up until 8, 10, and 16. Then it's meeting up with a little bit of traffic off Route 10, but nothing major past the post office for now. Are we just early? Are we getting into this early? This could change in a couple of minutes. You know how traffic is on Guam. Seems like it's a lot more busy in the Tamuning area by St. Anthony School of all places. We're seeing some traffic on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Traffic, dogging out traffic in a variety of places on Route 8. I'm not going to lecture you about the one good intersection into the Teedson area, and that needs to be opened up. For God's sakes, Carl Gutierrez, get that done. Go find Vince and say, Vince, we got to get this done. I know you're busy right now, but put it on the list of things to do. Getting out into Sinahanya from the Ordot side, might expect some delays through there. Also seeing a little bit of traffic. Looks like around the area of Crust. Not sure what's going on. Southbound traffic seems to be affected most. If there's an accident, let me know. God, if there's an accident, please let me know. People need to know to take alternate routes if you get stuck behind that one way or the other. Into the downtown Agutnia area, nothing major. Big Navy in Sumai is starting to look a little bit busy as we make our way down into that area here today. It's 7:39. Right now, traffic on the point.
It's time for a fresh moment from Ruby Tuesday Guam. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service, and for a limited time, you can feel the freshness for just $8.99. That's right, $8.99. You can also add on grilled chicken or grilled salmon for a few bucks more. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service and available all day long. So come on in for a fresh moment at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Ice, baby. 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning because the Democrats don't want to give you your liquid fuels tax. You're going to have to take matters into your own hands. How do we do that? Don't wait out the mass transit system. That ain't coming. Don't forget about it. They've had years to sort it out. And what makes you think they're going to now? Nope. You might even need to change cars for this. I know it sounds like a drastic thing, but look, they're going to put together a great deal for you, number one. Number two, super easy to own over at NissanGuam.com. They've got an entire fleet of automobiles that get better than 30 miles to the gallon. That's 30-plus miles to the gallon. And right now, you might be thinking, I could use a car that gets really good gas mileage. All right, well, try the Rogues and the Altimas. They both get 32 miles to the gallon each. And you're going to say, wait a second, the Rogue? That's a big truck. That's a big car. It's kind of, SUV material. I know. I know. And they figured out how it can get better than 32 miles to the gallon. Kicks and Sentras, 33 miles to the gallon. The Versa. I've been telling you about the Versa, the last couple of weeks, last month. Got a great new design on the inside, lots of electronics, lots and lots of safety features. Ultra low price for a car in this class. And it gets 35 miles to the gallon. Look, if you're not looking at Nissan right now to help solve some of your problems, you're in the wrong dealership. NissanGuam.com.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
Minutes away from 8 o'clock in the morning. I was thinking about Dave Del Solo the other day, just because he's a nice guy. We're pals, neighbors, et cetera, et cetera. But the other reason I was thinking about it, there was it Russell Brand? Somebody was watching one of these editorials on the YouTubes, and somebody was talking about just the incredible, no, it was Bill Maher. Bill Maher, and he was talking about the incredible amount of fraud in a variety of these government of Guam programs, and the kind of stuff that the guys like Dave Del Solo were doing as much as they possibly could to stand in the gap. I've got him on the line for the Department of Labor now. Not what we called about, but I'm just kind of curious what you're hearing from your opposite numbers across the country that are involved in these PUA programs and things like that. The unemployment assistance programs for folks that were displaced by COVID-19. Arguably, a lot of that money got into the right hands and into the right accounts, but point being made just at the initial glimpse that there was serious fraud involved in a variety of these programs, including the UI.
Yes, the states, the fraud amounts were in the billions.
In the billions of dollars. Significant percentages of the total amount.
Yes, a lot of states, it wasn't unheard of that 30% of the money that they gave out went through fraud. I'm happy that we did have some fraud here on Guam, but we were in the 1% to 2%, 1% range.
Good job.
Where most states were in 20 to 30% range. So we had our fair share. The biggest fraud that we were getting hit by were the stateside accounts that were continuing hitting us nonstop with U.S. claims. They're trying to and we did have some foreign countries trying to come in, Nigerians and Russians and Chinese, but we were able to thwart a lot of that through our local IP address.
My recollection is there was almost immediately, if it was an off-island bank account, they were flagged. I don't want to say flagged and frozen, but you and I communicated for at least a couple of listeners of the program that had their dollars going to an off-island bank legitimately, but just needed to clear that through the system manually.
Yes, and that was correct. We had the whitelist is what it was called. The local banks here. And you know what it takes to get a bank account here. You almost have to give up your first child to open it up.
No, that's the loans. It's the loans for the first child.
Yeah, they're still holding one of my kids there. I haven't paid it back yet. But that was a good thing. And, so people couldn't just, from the States or from wherever they're coming from, open up a bank account and funnel it through. So, yes, if they were off island and living in the States, but you remember, this is a local PUA program. You're supposed to be unemployed here on Guam. We had to vet it out, each and every one of them, because, one time we got hit with 20,000 claims through a bot attack on our system. And it was relentless. And it created a lot of delays and headaches that I tried not to, tell the people, here on Guam that, we were being significantly attacked by these techies that were hitting our system hard, trying to thwart and get millions of dollars, tens of millions. In the States, they were giving, you could get these internet bank accounts. And as soon as it hits those banks, the money evaporates.
Yeah.
into you never saw it again. And we didn't do any of that. You had to have a bank account here, and then they tried to get it checks. That's how they shifted over to checks. But if they had an off-island, address, then we stopped we went through every single check that was going to be cut that had an off-island address and vetted them all out.
Well, and I had more than one or two friends involved in that. Like I said, I got a friend of mine and legitimately had a bank account in New York City, and that's where she wanted the money to go. But once she put that in there, she recognized, I'm not getting any checks. I'm not getting any money from the program, Ray. Can you look into it? And as soon as we were able to identify her as a legitimate signature holder of that account in the States, then by golly, she'd say, I remember the windfall, all of that money that was piled up, all of a sudden flowing into her account. She's a very happy woman. 7:47 in the morning. Dave Del Sol from the Department of Labor. And just one last question on that. When it comes to being able to recover that money, is anybody at Treasury holding out any hope whatsoever that they'll be able to get some of that back?
Well, we get, like every other week, Office of OIG, as we call it, Inspector, that are saying, hey, here's a number of claims that went after you guys here. Did they get any money? And so far, we're batting 100. Okay. Every name they gave us from the States, it came in, the claim was filed, but we held the payment. And it's been ongoing all the time. So they're working at it, but guesstimating, I think they'd be lucky to get 10% of those tens of billions of dollars that went out. It just evaporated everywhere.
Unbelievable.
So, it is. Well, that's what happens when you're trying to give out, that much money that quickly to the people that you're going to.
748. Dave Del Sol on the line, and when we were issuing PUA checks, when we were in the middle of the program, it was kind of interesting because we could see almost in real time what was happening with the employment situation here on Guam. And I'm curious now, we don't have that kind of surveillance anymore. And we kind of have to go back to the old way. But given what you're seeing, your observations, whatever data you've got, are we close to normal on employment? Do we have the right number of people at work? And what about the number of hours that are we? Where are we in terms of in relation to pre-pandemic numbers?
Great question. We'll be releasing the unemployment report very soon, and the unemployment showed that we did get better by about a point. So we are moving in the right direction. But not only that, we noticed that the hours worked increased. So that means that not only are more people starting to go back to work, but they're working more hours. And, talking to Gary Hiles, our economist, that's the good sign to see. More hours worked, people starting to go back. So I think it doesn't take an economist to see our island starting to, the wheels starting to turn, especially with the flights coming back. It's nice to go down to Tumon and walk. And
see all the Koreans.
A lot of Koreans.
They're hard to miss. There's two kinds of Koreans. There's the Korean where the woman will wear one of these butt bikinis, and then there's the one where the same, might even be in the same family, where like the sister or something will be just covered from head to foot.
Head to toe.
Look like Muslim women in the waters. It's Afghanistan woman in the waters. You just can't make out any features whatsoever because they don't want to get burned by the sun. But we're beginning to see that more and more. I'm beginning to see more cars stopped on Marine Corps Drive with the hazards on when they're looking at their phone trying to figure out how far away they are from the nearest Ross. So I'm glad to see that those things are beginning to come back. So we talked about this, as you said, employment numbers are up by a point. We're seeing wages, not necessarily wages, but hours worked are increased as well. Okay, now let's make the other comparison that we like to do. How are we doing wage for wage here? There were a lot of businesses early on that were healthy enough to get started and discovered that they couldn't get anybody in the door for less than $15 an hour. Are we seeing a little bit of a wage bump here?
Well, to be honest with you, I just can't remember. I got so many numbers in my head. But what I do know is our American Job Center. our activities is really jumping, and our programs and services, we're doing the dislocated worker program, we're doing a hospitality program, we're doing a disabled veteran program, we're doing the senior citizens program. So we're really pumping and working very hard. We've increased our work experience. We're running close to 50 new employers that we can put these less experienced workers in and pay them 3 months worth of salary to get trained up and get hired on permanently. So the activity is moving in line with the island opening up and people starting to look for jobs and working. I'm losing an employee, about 2 employees every other week. Because
be nicer. Be a nicer boss.
Of employees, and they are moving to good-paying jobs that are being out there with the experience that they've received from the Department of Labor. So it's bittersweet. As we train them up and get them going, they're going out and finding new work. But basically, that's what we try to do. We try to train our employees to be really good experience and good work ethic, and then they get out to these private sector jobs. So things are hopping and moving like they should be.
I'm glad to hear that there are private sector jobs that are more attractive than working in the government of Guam. Generally, when you've got the Gov Guam job here, you got the golden ticket. You're going to Willy Wonka's, man, and nobody's going to give you a hard time unless you really, really step in the soup. 7:35 in the morning. Dave Del Sol on the line from the Department of Labor. As an example here, if you've got somebody in the house that swears up and down that there are no jobs out there, or I'm not trained well enough, you ought to be able to take anybody off the street, counsel them into some training, and then employment after that. There are jobs out there.
Yes, there are. And keep telling you, is a right time if you want to go into a career path. So boot camps are going on, from bus driving to ship repair to heavy equipment operations, to a whole myriad of different types of things that we have scheduled going out with GCC, Mariana's training. If you want to be a certified nursing assistant, medical code billing, there's a lot of things that you can go through a course and then come out with a certificate and then go walk right into a new job or career path that is in demand. And so now's the time to do it. I've gotten, a couple extra million for NDWG. That's the dislocated workers. I've got a couple million for the adult. I've got a couple million for the youth. I've got a couple million for the disabled vets. So, I'm trying to spend this money and get.
Want to get people jobs, get them into income positions where they might be able to make some decent dough, so they can rent a decent apartment somewhere. I think the headlines that I've been looking at over the last couple of days, and never mind the headlines. I mean, I've got eyeballs. I can see what's going on in this town, and the number of folks that are homeless or temporarily out of bounds at houses, it just seems to be through the roof. You go by some beach areas, and they're not hanging out because it's Mother's Day. That's where they live. We got to get people into these positions where they can earn enough money to be able to get some decent housing around.
And I'm telling you, the hotels, they'll hire you right on the spot. I mean, that's the climate we have now. So if you really want to start back into the ground floor of the hospitality, this is a perfect opportunity to do that, because you're going to move up very quickly in the next couple of years because of everybody's starting all fresh again. So I know, because I've talked to several general managers of hotels. They hire right on the spot. If you show any kind of energy,
motivation,
they're willing. Yeah.
Do you have a pulse? We will hire you a pulse. We'll give you. Here's your uniform. You don't have to worry about buying clothes every day. There's usually a room in the back where they take whatever didn't get eaten at the F&B last night, and that's what you're having for lunch and breakfast. That's the smart companies are doing it that way. 7:56 and change. Dave, always fun talking with you. If you got any big deals coming up in the next couple of weeks, by all means, let me know about it. I think this needs to be a rebuilding summer for the island of Guam. I know for me personally, for what we're doing here at at the radio station, I'm looking at this as a rebuilding year, trying to take it to as good and as successful as we were prior to the pandemic, and bring more ears to the group. So I'm going to be doing some amount of hiring at the station as well. Still need somebody in sales. So if you know somebody, by all means, let me know.
I will do that.
You're the man.
And, you know, we're going to be preparing for a island-wide job fair. That's something in the next couple months that we're going to stand back up again once we we've moved. We're getting settled in. We're helping a lot of people. So look forward to doing that big job fair. And maybe you can come down and set up a booth and help us out.
Like work? I got people that do that. Job fairs. I'll be at the bar. 7:57. You have a great day, Dave. Always fun talking with you. It's 888-825-588-TALK. Encouraging news coming from the Department of Labor. Your preliminary numbers based on the next employment report will show that there are more people that are working, and they're making more. They're making more hours. I don't want to say they're making more money. They've got more hours coming to them for the job. So it's not like back in the old days where we're hiring, but we're only hiring for 20 hours a week. So that's the good news. Bad news is he did not have the numbers on wages. Have the wages gone up? Do you feel as an employer, as a business person, as somebody that just lives here on Guam, that the overall wages for everybody has increased? As I said before, might be a lot of people looking around saying, yeah, I can hire you for $15 an hour, but I can't work any more than about 15 hours a week. So you do the mathematics. Sometimes those don't turn out into full-time with benefits jobs, because benefits and accounting and compliance and paperwork, all of that stuff has additional costs as well. So we're going to keep you right there at about 29 hours, so we don't have to worry about throwing too many benefits in your direction, which is a problem for a lot of people looking around for insurance. And even when you got insurance, even when you've got the hours for folks, boy, I was running into this problem recently. Even if you got the hours and the salary range is just right, there are some people for whom their insurance requirements are through the roof. How many kids you got? How many people we got to worry about in this family? And then we're starting to look at insurance costs in pretty trendy programs. $1,000, $800, $900 a month to take care of family-style insurance. And there are not a whole lot of jobs where the company is going to kick in that kind of value. And there's not a whole lot of jobs where people are going to be earning the money that they can kick in that kind of value. So people making decisions on where to go. Jay Dewan making that point here. Good people have moved to the States or are planning their move. Now, if you were thinking, well, do I join them or do I stick around? You know, in radio, we used to say, yeah, that job's not going to open up until Gibson dies or gets fired or quits. But a lot of guys in the last 2 years in a lot of key positions in roles in companies have died or gotten fired or quit. And those jobs are now for the asking. You get that much more motivation than the next average bear, then maybe you get to be a general manager. Maybe you get to be a supervisor of the shop and the privilege of working 20 hours a day. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. KUSG got you. Stand by. Fox News Live is coming up next right here at 93.3. We are The Point.
Western allies come to the conflict zone. I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. Canada's Prime Minister is the latest Western leader to visit Ukraine, Justin Trudeau, at a news conference in Kyiv.
We began our day today with a visit to Irpin, where I witnessed firsthand the brutality of Russia's illegal war, of neighborhoods battered, homes destroyed. But I also witnessed the resilience of Ukrainians as people rebuild, as people stood, even outnumbered, 8-1, to defend not just their homes, but the entire city behind them of Kyiv.
First Lady Jill Biden also making a surprise visit. Meanwhile, the U.S. has announced new sanctions against Russia for invading Ukraine. Hundreds of protesters converging on the Supreme Court today after a leaked draft opinion indicates the court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. Some pro-choice demonstrators taking their message directly to the justices.
Last night, police on hand outside the nation's capital as protesters showed up outside the homes of Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Earlier, conservative Justice Clarence Thomas saying the court will not be bullied about making decisions. The addresses of some conservative justices posted online by pro-choice groups. Google later took down one map on a website saying it violated company policy.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson at the White House. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer plans to vote on legislation this week to codify abortion access, but the measure is all but certain to fail. detail.
So it is important right now that we get every senator on the record. Do you support a woman's right to make decisions over their own body, or do you think that the government should be in charge? Because this is soon not going to be about state legislatures. Pretty soon, this is going to be an effort to pass a federal ban everywhere on abortions in this country.
Senate Democrat Chris Murphy on Fox News Sunday, the legislation would need 10 Republican votes to advance. America is listening to Fox News.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Drivers are getting tired of hearing this.
Gasoline prices have turned upward again, this time a jump of 15 cents per gallon in the past 2 weeks to $4.38 per gallon.
Industry analyst Trilby Lundberg tracks prices across the continental U.S.
The low average in this sample is Tulsa at $3.80. The high is San Francisco Bay, $5.85. Minneapolis is $4.04. Philadelphia, $4.54, and Las Vegas is $5.10 a gallon.
Lundberg says the price of gas is $1.36 higher than this time last year. New York's governor tests positive for COVID-19. Democrat Kathy Hochul on Twitter writing she's vaccinated and boosted and asymptomatic. Hochul's positive test comes as COVID-19 cases are on the rise in New York. Nationwide, the U.S. is approaching 1 million COVID-19 deaths. Google gears up for its annual developer conference.
Google will hold its I/O event this week when it welcomes developers to hear and try exclusive new technology and ideas from the internet giant. Google is expected to hold more talks aimed at those who develop apps for its Android mobile operating system. This year's I/O event is being conducted 100% virtually, just like last year's event, though this year they will take questions, something they didn't do at last year's conference. The event was not held in 2020 due to the pandemic. Eben Brown, Fox News.
A super debut at the box office.
I always suspected this day would come because you always suspected this day would come.
Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness grossing an estimated $185 million for the biggest opener of the year. The superhero sequel left the competition far behind in the dust. The animated film The Bad Guys finishing a distant second, earning $9.8 million. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 coming in third place with $6.2 million. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Half a day. My name is John Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program as Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program as Salapi.
The application deadline for Program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
We're already Pica's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing The Point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. A man who was wanted in connection with the home invasion that took place last August was arrested by Guam police after he was pulled over in a traffic stop last week. Police spotted a vehicle that had an expired vehicle registration and through their review discovered the man was linked to a home invasion case that took place about 8 months ago. 48-year-old John Tutu allegedly entered an agate residence without permission, attacking 2 adult victims inside and threatening to kill them. Tutu was charged with home invasion, terrorizing, family violence, criminal trespass, and charges related to operating a motor vehicle without an operator's license and with an expired vehicle registration. Meanwhile, the jury will continue their deliberations when they get back to trial this morning. The trial involving a man who was linked to at least one robbery that took place earlier this year. The deliberations started on Friday after closing arguments in the trial of Eddie Addy. Both parties presented their arguments. Prosecutors asserting that Addy robbed Number One Market, but his defense claims that Addy is innocent and evidence doesn't prove that he did it, calling out police for their crappy police work. Addy faces charges of second and third degree robbery, theft of property, and terrorizing. And the former Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center psychiatrist Abner Pasatempo will stand trial in August in the Superior Court. Pasatempo, while he was a clinician at the center, is said to have had 8 sexual harassment complaints filed against him by his patients who were under his care. The 64-year-old appeared in court on Friday. His jury selection is set to begin in August. Meanwhile, a man serving multiple life sentences for his part in a crime spree that led to the deaths of at least 9 people in the 1980s has been denied his request to get out of prison. Eligio Aduradico is being held at a penitentiary in Atwater, California. He sought a reduction in sentence and asked for compassionate release, stating that he's housed in a prison that is experiencing a COVID outbreak, adding that he is at high risk of suffering serious illness if he becomes reinfected. Judge Vern Perez on Thursday denied his request. The 59-year-old murderer also argued that his age and race place him at risk of severe illness from the virus. The government still opposed his request to get out of prison. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Members of the Guam Election Commission on Thursday night raised concerns about the safety of voting at the Dededo site, which is a Vicente Benavente Middle School in Dededo. Of course, the Election Commission said that they would ensure the site has ample lighting and security for the upcoming elections. This, since it's too close to the elections to change the venue. The Election Commission's council, though, has been asked to look into the possibility of changing to a non-governmental site for future elections, in particular the one in 2024. Meanwhile, there's also going to be early voting for the primary election starting on July 28th, as well as early voting for the general election. The commission intends to award, as we reported, the contract to Westin Resort, dependent, though, on if there's any procurement protests. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Oh, my God. The way everything has a protest on it at some point or another, and there are a couple of other outfits that might think that they ought to be in better shape, given proximity, access to whatever they need, parking, et cetera. It's 8:10 in the morning. Monica Silva-Tyron's got big news and headlines. I was distracted by something. I can't remember what it was. But
Side yard.
Side yard. Okay, thank you very much. That's what it was. I was going from reading Facebook and YouTube comments to looking at a picture that I did not send to Mana of the new and improved side yard. I used to refer to that section of the house, and I didn't live there for like 40 years. So a lot of people that had come and gone that we'd rented it to, and some were okay, and some were negligent, and some just absolutely trashed it. So it took me a while to get it to a point where I could run a lawnmower from one end to the other. But the retaining wall had gone south. now. There was an area of the house that I referred to as the ruins, and it's no longer in ruins. And so pretty soon there's going to be some grass growing up, and I'm trying to think of what I want to do with this side yard. It's I don't know. Let's put it about 30 feet by about 10, maybe.
Yeah.
It's not huge, but it's not small either.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of.
How many hectares is that, right?
It's 17 million.
It's a heck.
Heck, a heck of a lot of
It's not a full hectare. It's about a heck.
So I don't know.
How about some bee colonies?
A bee colony. Bees would be fun.
Bees or fighting chickens?
I've already got the fighting chickens. I've already got the fighting chickens back there. They do that. That's why there's no grass there now. As people say, the construction did it. I said, no, chickens in the backyard. So I don't know. I'm trying to decide because now I've got a
vegetables that you won't eat.
I won't eat the vegetables. I'll be one of those guys. Hey, I've got a vegetable garden. I got a victory garden because gas is $6 a gallon. I'm just going to grow my own. But onions I don't like, or bell peppers that I don't like.
Pineapple.
You like eggplants, right?
I don't like eggplants.
You like pineapple. Pineapple's so easy.
I only like eggplants the way I make eggplants, and that is to say, I chop it up into very, very tiny cubes, and then I open up the trash can and throw them right in there. And everybody says, "Hey, did you put eggplant in this in your Italian sauce?" Oh yeah, whatever. You like it? It's good. Yeah, it's got eggplants in it. 8:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Here it comes. The weather. I've got partly sunny skies in today's forecast. That means that the sun is out, but there's going to be some cloud cover. Highs near 88 degrees with a heat index is still going to feel like 94. Winds blowing. Catch as much of that as you can. 16 miles an hour or so, gusting as high as 22. Mostly cloudy in the forecast for tonight, and then tomorrow we redo the same thing. Moichi, though, partly sunny skies. Highs near 88 degrees with gusts as high as about 23 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy skies, lows around 78, and the east-northeast winds 8 to 13 miles an hour. Sunrise, 5:57. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:38. That's news and weather together right here on the Ray Gibson Show.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
I can do that. 8:14 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines. A global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by the guys over at Subway. Eat Fresh Refresh, that is happening right now with their incredible new roast beef. You're going, roast beef? I love roast beef. Let me throw this word in front of it and see if I can make you love it more. It's Angus roast beef. Have it by itself, or layered with oven-roasted turkey, Black Forest ham, and the Subway Club. New roast beef, hearty multi-grain bread, sliced veggies at Subway. Eat fresh.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Eggplants.
Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
You jackhole, I just got that. I just got that. I thought we were talking about real eggplants.
Yeah, man.
You were thinking about the eggplant emoji.
Yes.
Do you get any work done in there? Do you ever actually get any kind of work done in that studio?
How about a raise, Ray?
You're doing no. According to Jerry Roberts, all I got to do is tell you you're doing a good job all the time. This is the private sector. This is the private sector. There's no annual or semi-annual or biannual or whatever. Here's your list of accomplishments.
Pats on the back, Ray.
Yeah, and
that's what I do it for.
And here's the commensurate raise that comes with all of that. Yeah, I tell you what, when you are so busy, it's like, Ray, I'd love to do more, but we're just so busy stacking up commercials here. It's to the roof. Every break is absolutely sold out, and then we can start talking about giving you some kind of a raise, some kind of an extra kiss.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for that. We should all be saying that right about now. And let's say it, when we say thank you for the federal funds, I want you to imagine Mike St. Nicholas smiling. I want you to imagine him in flowing robes of white and cherubs all around him. And maybe, yes, something like a halo, but not a halo. I don't want to go that far because, this is we're men of words and action. It's not religion.
How about like a wreath?
A wreath?
Yeah.
How about like the thing that
Unity
Caesar
Pledge
had on his
wreath.
head, like the Caesar
Yes.
Caesar wreath?
Yes.
One of those kinds of things?
Perfect.
Good work. 8:16 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255. This is why you come here. Don't go. I wish Ray and Joe and Mana would do this. You don't want us to change one thing. I think trying to make it so that we don't just have one bliss point in this program. I want the entire show, the entire 4 hours, and much of it that we control, to be your bliss points today. 888-8255. 888-TALK if you want to get into the conversation on the air. A bunch of other different ways that you can get my attention. Bunch of different ways that you can get my attention. I'm thinking about Facebook Live and the comments that you can leave there, YouTube Live and comments that you can leave in that location. We were talking about the yen and the incredible. I haven't seen it like this in a long, long time. I'd have to go back in time to remember the last time I saw yen at around 130 to the U.S. dollar. Kitsu in Japan says, I will change dollars to yen today and let you know Friday it changed and it was 128.50 to the dollar. Good for me. Bad for Japan. Absolutely agree on that. And then Alupang Guam, who says, if Shimano stocks fall, it's ringing. Do you want me to pick it up?
Yeah, no, I'm having issues over
got a
here.
thing?
Maybe you could.
Hello? Line one. Thanks for calling the point. Right here. Hello. Buenas noches. Are we having issues with oh, wait, I got to press that one. Hi, this is the Ray Gibson Show. Ray Gibson speaking. May I help you? This is a non-secure line. Go ahead.
Hey, Mayor.
Okay, I better hang up.
You remember back whenever you called like a military number, they'd have to answer that thing because it's a com. It's a non-secure line. But they changed that. It's one of those things that we was brought by Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson. Did he have a chance to talk with you guys over at the Mayor's Council about the sheer volume of manpower and equipment that's going to be moving around as we figure out how best to defend Guam from the Russians, Chinese, and North Koreans?
No, not yet. Not that I know of.
Well, usually we check with the mayors first. It says, I don't want you to be alarmed, says Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson. It's all part of the Defendi Islata program, and the deadline to file your applications for your... No, that would be cool. We'd do it like the Programman Salapi. I'm sorry, I got too many thoughts in my head. Mayor Jess Alec on the phone with me, by the way. This is Pika's favorite mayor on Pika's favorite radio station. And so, we've got the Programman Salapi where you get like $300, but you got to file for the application. Maybe Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson can do the Defendi Islata program where you sign up and he sends you a gun. That way we could personally defend ourselves from the Russians, the North Koreans, and the Chinese.
And we have to give him credit for making it easy to pronounce. Sorry, just trying to say it.
This is the mayor of PD. What'd you say? Programa ni Kanilak? What?
Oh, that's right, Programa. I said project.
Programa ni Masenik.
Oh my! You know what, Ray Gibson? I was too busy. I was just listening to you, and then I said, "Oh crap! I need to call." It's one of those days.
That's all right. No, it's okay. It's okay. Listen, I want to shift gears into something a little bit more serious. I am absolutely alarmed at some of the headlines that I'm seeing. Yesterday's Guam Daily Post here. It's way to go on Mother's Day Sunday. Foster kid count nearly doubles in 2 years. Abuse are factored in some of those cases. Poverty are factored in some of those cases. Criminal parents are factored into a lot of these cases where mom and dad are too busy either doing ICE or selling ICE. And they get nicked by the cops, and nobody at CPS wants to send those kids back to that house. And you check the relatives, and they're just as screwed up as the original parents are. So we don't have too many other options, do we?
That's correct. We don't, and that is a sad reality. And we've known that we were going to deal with that increase, and that was really the impetus to begin that campaign with the Mayor's Council of Guam.
Yeah.
And after reading that again, we got the update last week before our regular meeting, and it was that discussion again about, well, we embarked on this campaign to make a difference. Because we decided it would last through May, doesn't really mean that we need to stop. And so we've not really, we decided not to stop, because the little that we can do to continue to recruit more foster families for our people is better than doing nothing. And the worst part about it, Ray, is that most of these children are our own Chamorro people. And they can't go, and you're right, they can't go to relative placement for those known facts. I mean, we all know what's going on. And so we can do what we can do, but there is that larger problem, right, of drug abuse, alcohol abuse. So, yeah, as a matter of fact, that was one of the things that we discussed, was not ending our campaign because the need continues. And
no, I think it's going to be I think it's a full-time need. There are resources in the community. I'm thinking about the Taylors over at the Harvest House, but they're not equipped to be basically an orphanage, and it can only handle a few kids at a time. And we need more places to place these children to give them some stability until their folks can figure out what is more important in their lives and get to work on that.
Yeah, and thank you for recognizing Harvest House, because if anyone asks me about a charity, we hear about all the regular charities, the big deal, quote unquote charities that raise big bucks. And I mean, if there's anyone that asks me, I always say, can you please check Harvest House first, because those guys, those ladies, they work day in and day out, and the work that they do, we don't do, and everyone else that's in that business just doesn't do it as well as they do. Not that anyone else can't do it, but these people at Harvest House, they just do an exceptional job to take care of our children, and if we can support them, we will as a Mayor's Council, and that's really why we continue this campaign.
One of the newspapers, there's a picture of Marcus Fong from Foremost Coca-Cola giving a donation of milk to the folks over at the Harvest House, and I know that they need it, and unfortunately he didn't leave the truck there, so I think there's probably going to be a need down the road for more of those kinds of things. This I think is going to be an eye-opening summer for a lot of people as these numbers get more and more desperate, and then are we full already? I mean, I know up in Barragata Heights, little known fact, but if you keep going all the way up the hill by the tire store, it will take you to a foster facility. Is that jammed already? Is that full?
You know what? I don't know the status. As a matter of fact, I was trying to bring in public health this week, or CPS. We're not able to talk today with them, but we will this week, because I do want to know the full, where like I said, we're on this campaign, so I do want to know what our current resources are. Yeah. So I know we have not received an update on it, but I'll be glad to share that with you as soon as I get it.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Look, if you need, I think maybe one of the things that we ought to do, and we'll help you here at the radio station. I've got 3 stations here, and I'd love to run ads, PSAs for your foster outreach program. So, if there's people listening, the different age groups and all the different stations that we've got under this roof, I'll run it multiple times a day, and until you tell me that we don't need them anymore, and we'll just keep letting people know that there is a need for foster care here on Guam, and it's an ongoing and growing need.
And thank you, Ray. You have to know that you have contributed to it, because we do know that we get inquiries because they heard it on the radio. They heard it from your show. So any help is big help.
No, hey, bro, no charge. And I'm happy to, include the names of other businesses, actual commercial businesses that are big supporters, people like Marcus and Foremost. I mean, when you guys get out of, whatever the regular corporate feel-good world is and actually get into helping, I mean, you give milk. I mean, you know where that's going. That's going to go into the mouths and into baby bottles for these kids that are in foster care for absolutely no reason of their own design. It's somebody else that's got some mixed up priorities. 8:26 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. I was also interested in another story about emergency shelters. I'll riff on that a little bit later on. But you guys had one of my favorite guys at the Mayor's Council last week to talk about waste to energy. Dave Sablon came by, right?
Yeah, he did. He I remember Dave Sablon when I was in high school. When I reached out, we bumped into each other actually, and I told him, I said, hey, when I was in high school, we did a lot of studying or a lot of talk on waste to energy back in the day. And I said, hey, what's going on now? And he said, oh, can I come to the Mayor's Council? And initially I thought he wanted to just speak to my Municipal Planning Council PD because of the Guatali side. And he says, no, I want to talk to the mayor, all the mayors. I said, oh, okay, come on down. So he comes, and I'm because I've heard of it since then, since the 90s, and we haven't, really progressed. My one question to him was, what's stopping us? What is the big deal?
Legislation.
And his straight up answer was politics, and I thought, okay, well, that's, we are a political body, so talk to us and tell us what we need to do. And he did say that he was trying to get the governor's buy-in or the governor's support for it. I have not talked to
never mind then, Busta. Wait until January.
Well, no, it's Christmas. It's Christmas, I said. It's Christmas all year round. So let's have a discussion. Why not? I mean, shoot, we have, as the Mayor's Council, we have a lot of trash. We deal with trash. And so if we can get the buy-in of majority of the mayors, which I believe we can, then it's worth going to the governor. It really is.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but the options. It's 3.5 years now, almost for this administration. It's not like they couldn't have reached out to Dave in the past. Hell, they could have reached out to Wagner in the past to see if there was some motion that we could have encountered. Other than let's go and figure out how much more money that we need to raise, basically for very expensive crypts for the existing trash. That's the thing that annoys me the most is the incredible amount of money that we spend on the design, maintenance, and build of these cells, and eventually we're going to run out of room for the cells. So what they want to do, and I don't disagree completely, is get to a point where trash service is universal here on Guam, and I think some of that might be able to be supported with monies that we derive from waste energy. Dave Sablon's actually going to be on the radio with us in about another 15 minutes because I want to get his thoughts on this as we move forward as well. Would you say that his outreach to the mayors and vice mayors was successful?
I believe it is. I believe it was successful just by the conversations afterward, after the meeting. We can't talk about. We just don't talk about it during the meeting because but afterwards, I believe that sending that resolution and making it a part of our next meeting, I think will pass, and we'll get the support of the council. That's what I'm saying. If we can get the support of the council, then hopefully we can make things move a little quicker, everywhere else.
No, I completely understand. There's a process that you guys got to go through, and we'll watch and see if this works out for the people of Guam. Maniluhuds and Maninahu. I got to let you run, Mayor Pika's best mayor. I want you to have a terrific day. I want you to consider the offer. I will run at no charge to you or the other mayors over whatever timeline that you desire, as many PSAs that you need, in whatever language to encourage people to become foster parents, like Harvey. Like soon-to-be Senator Harvey Egna, huh? Biba. He sees a problem, and he and his family are also foster families.
So he's an example. He called me. He's one of the people that called me, and I thought, So I'm glad somebody listens to Ray Gibson.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Viva. All right, brother. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a great day, man. 888-825-5888-TA. Okay. I cannot get enough of that guy. I swear to God. He's one of my favorite conversations on the radio because he gets my sense of humor. All right, what have we got here? I'm looking to see if we've got something on. There from the reading now. A reading from Governor Lou and Josh's platform planks. Recycling and renewable resources. We will ensure that all long-term economic, environmental, and land use planning incorporates the expanded use of renewable energy resources, such as solar and wind power. Oh, and not burn the trash. What is it? You know, have you seen what the solar plants look like? Fields of glass, basically. I don't know. They're impressive, I suppose, to look at, but I don't know if they're, if it's I don't know, would put that down as pretty. Wind power.
Yeah. You see that one that they have up there?
Yeah.
No, it's not turning, man.
They didn't look.
It's not turning, man.
David Bice. Once upon a time, David Bice was the guy. No. He was this guy was a Marine.
Okay.
Real soldier. They were here for the Joint Guam region. They were the build-up, the JIGPO guys, and that was one of the things that they were looking at because obviously, we got what are we going to do here? We're going to put 5,000 Marines on the ground or whatever. We got to make sure that they've got something battery power so they can make their guns work and all satellite gear. All of that stuff. So they were looking at alternative resources, and one of the things that they looked at was wind power. And my recollection was that the wind power wasn't all that good because it doesn't blow hard all the time. I mean, you might get a breeze, but it doesn't blow hard all the time. We need something that's going to make this thing churn. And then I don't know about wind power. We've already got problems with the snakes eating all the birds. So the wind, the propellers. That's the bayoneting the survivors version of it. So I'm sure we'd get all kinds of, I got to check. I actually know people in my social life that keep track of all this kind of stuff. And they might have some science to either back up or refute my statement. But it seems to me that there's just a whole lot of birds. I mean, for heaven's sakes, they fly into windows. They're not smart. That's why we call them bird brain. And they will fly into the propellers of these wind generators, and then we will lose the few birds that we've got. Other conversations they had. Hold on, Mono. We're going to get to you in a second. Green buildings. They will all be painted the same color as the Bank of Guam logo. Green buildings to reduce the overall impact of the built environment on the natural environment and human health. We will promote adherence to LEED standards in the construction of new public and private buildings. You know what? What's going to happen is you don't need to do that. The price of electricity and water will generally drive people to do what is right, and that is, to make the buildings as efficient as possible. When it comes to air conditioning, my God, in the Bank of Guam building, as a matter of fact, we went through a phase where they rewired basically all the air conditioning in all of the parts of the building, bottom floor all the way up to the top floor, and the idea was it was going to be smart air conditioning. So if it detected human beings' activities, things like that, then air conditioning's work. But if there was nobody around for X number of minutes or whatever, it would go kind of throttle down into that area. Johnson, I think, was the name of the company that did that. Composting alternatives. In the absence of any existing outlet for the composting of paper products and non-corrugated cardboard cereal boxes, our administration will develop options for composting of these products for their reuse and help extend the life of the landfill. Why not just burn it? Why do we have to compost it? What are we going to get a lot of farmers out there picking this stuff? Just burn it. People will figure out how to do that on their use of recycled water to conserve our aquifer. Island-wide green waste management program. James Howard's got some green.
Oh, yeah, James does.
Yeah. Small business recycling opportunities. We shall develop economic opportunities for small businesses in the use of recyclable materials for new products as an alternative to being disposed of or shipped off island. One area that we will aggressively explore is the use of machines designed to recycle and create new products out of plastic waste. Okay, agree until I disagree. And I was talking with a friend of mine, Peter, who's probably one of the smartest guys I know. And he says, you know what's going to happen is we're going to make all of this recycled plastic product. We'll take all the Pepsi bottles and Coke bottles and water bottles and King Car and all of this stuff. And we will recycle them and turn them into something. And as soon as the Chinese, there's a guy in China, as soon as he sees that there's a demand for it, we'll ship it to us at a third of the price. Thereby making it impractical for us to go through the time, trouble, and expense of cleaning and melting and recycling all of this stuff. So you got to think of what's going to happen in the real world, unless the idea is that we use it to save money for the government. Biosolids for composting, resource recovery programs. You know, isn't that what the RRP and GRRP stands for, Dave Sablon? Resource recovery. In partnership with the private sector, we will identify and support resource recovery programs by appropriate sustainable financing mechanisms. Such resource recovery programs shall include organic waste recycling activities that reduce backyard burning and disposal of organic waste at dumps and landfills. It's the RRP and GRRP, but no word in any of this about waste energy. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know, Dave Sablon, that you're going to get much by way of time of day. You haven't gotten it so far out of loop. Maybe I'll introduce you to Mike Sinicolas, and we'll see what the new guy's got to say about it. 8:37 in the morning. Montesilva Tyrant's got time for the last big look at news and headlines. You about ready? Yeah? Or did you close your computer already?
I'm ready.
You're ready to go? Okay, so we'll do that after these.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closing down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Dave Sablon says, great lead-in for the interview. Yeah, Dave Sablon on the air in about 7 minutes from now on the Ray Gibson Show. It is time for Montesilva Tyrant to give our last big look at news and headlines. Off of Mana, what happened last night?
Well, the big story today is if you're in the area of the ITC intersection this afternoon, there's going to be a wave with the governor and the lieutenant governor. The governor hosting that wave to express her gratitude for Guam's hospital workers on the opening of Hospital Week, which actually starts today. The governor acknowledging the work of the hospital workers who have stood at the front line, especially during the pandemic. That wave will be at the ITC intersection at 4:30. It was just on Friday that she proclaimed May 16th through the 12th as Nurses Week. And the month of May is Nurses Month. Her proclamation stating that the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the critical role of registered nurses in all aspects of local and global response. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Because hospitals serve as the vessels of life in our community, Montesilva Tyrant.
Starting from the heartbeat.
It's from the heartbeat on Guam. We're blessed to have 3 hospitals and their compassionate forces serving our people in their time of need. Josh Tenorio, the lieutenant governor, says in moments where people are most vulnerable and most worried, hospital workers are there doing difficult and demanding work, holding hands, offering voices of calm, comforting glances. I'm sorry, right there. Just a comforting glance. Just you got to give that, all of the pictures of Mary in Catholic schools.
Yeah,
that she gives off kind of that comforting glance vibe, right? And so nurses are trained to do that. What was the line in here? Hospitals. Where's that heartbeat language there that I was looking at? It's in the heartbeat of the.
I think it's in the beginning. Start from the beginning.
From the hospitals serve as the vessels of. You're right. You're right. I stopped reading the sentence at a place I shouldn't have. Hospitals serve as the vessels of life. Happy Mother's Day, life, everybody. Oh, by the way,
you live.
Anybody that doesn't think that this is a burden on women is full of blank. And their physicians, nurses, and support staff, they're the beating hearts of life-saving operations and critical care. Peter Scroll, I think they're messing with you here. I think they're trying to get into your head, going, oh, yeah. Heartbeat legislation. How else can we use that heartbeat legislation for something that's going to make people want to vote for us? Yeah, hospitals, nurses, doctors. So here's the thing. As much as I'm going to tell you to avoid the area, and I do this for everybody's wave, because it seems to me that those things just slow people down in both directions. So, but today, I would encourage you to swing by there and take a look at how many white coats there are and how many scrubs that there are. And the next time somebody tells you we have to extend the public health emergency, oh, really? We have to extend the public health emergency? Why? Because if people are getting sick, if they were getting sick, why do we have so many medical professionals on Marine Corps Drive instead of being at the hospital and at the clinics? Anybody?
Dr. Komodo will be out there.
He'll be out there, right?
Should probably check on something like that. Or the real doctors. What kind of doctor are you? Doctor. 840. Where are you going now? Okay, Montecillo Tyrant's jamming, so I think maybe we ought to jam into a break here. I forgot what it is coming up, so stay there, and it'll be exciting and new and fresh for both of us.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
I see it. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And you're asking if I've got an update on that one. And the answer is no, I do not have one. So we'll just bypass that one here at 8:43 and maybe jump into things a little bit faster. A note here from my very close friend, personal friend, Hank Rice. Hanka Gohan says, where did he say it? It's still unofficial and not 100% confirmed. But if the Akimatsuri, the Japan Autumn Festival, is to happen this year, tentative date would be Saturday, November the 19th. Keep your fingers crossed. We so badly need this event. I don't disagree. We absolutely do. Side note, probably less participants from Japan because of the yen rate, and also still worrying about the traveling outside of the country. Hank, that's the deal. That's what we got to stay on top of, because those two things impact everything that's going to be happening with tourism on Guam from that source market is where the yen is, and they got to get a handle on that thing really, really fast for their benefit and I suppose for our own benefit. But that's, I'm thinking about it now. We got plenty of Japanese here. We don't, we're going to miss the bon dance and some of the, whatever. But as long as we've got Izuka-san and yourself and a couple of other folks, what's his name's wife?
There's a big secret Japanese community in Guam.
Huge, absolutely huge.
You don't see them because it's like
they all know each other, and the thing is, if like you just moved here in the last couple of years, you got to find the ones that have been here since the 1970s.
Yes,
those guys are like the high talking chiefs of the Japanese community here in Guam, and they will judge you on every little thing. Your kids aren't getting good enough grades. Judgy, we're gonna be judgy. What's that? not crazy about the bikini that you wear to the beach. You know, it's a little showy for us Japanese, and they're yeah. Trust me on that one. 844 Ray Gibson Show until whenever. Is that my buddy Dave Sablon?
It is Mr. Sablon, line one.
Well, kind of disappointed as I'm going over the governor's platform, the plank platforms on the environment, and I don't see a whole lot in here that would work for waste to energy. Maybe I just haven't gotten to that part, Dave. Maybe your research says something different. Good morning, Dave Sablon.
Good morning. Ohio gozaimasu. Genki desu ka, Ray-san?
Ohio! Good to talk to you. Genki desu. Yes, sugoi. Absolutely.
Yes, we want the Japanese to come back.
Oh boy, don't we? It's been a long time, and I don't know what's happening. I'm looking for folks to give me a better sense of what's happening on the ground. Of course, it's early Monday in Japan right now, but apparently there are announcements being made by their new guy, their new prime minister, that they're going to be allowing for more inbound visitor traffic into Japan, businessmen and students and things like that, plus tourism. They're going to be starting to bring those back in. But the problem is they put a cap on the number of arrivals that are going to be allowed at any given time because they're still twitchy about COVID. So, we're waiting for those restrictions to get lifted for guys like you and I to go back to Japan, but also restrictions for returning residents.
Right. I read about that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to go back. I haven't gone back in a couple of years, and yet I have clients over there that, want to meet with me. They're also thinking of coming here. And I advise them, we're open. Come on down. You just have to fill out a form. Make sure you're fully vaccinated and you're in. And all of my clients, I've checked with all of them. They are all fully vaccinated. In fact, they're already into their booster shot phase. So they're ready to come in, and I think one of them is planning to come here at the end of this month, which is great. It's the first time that I've seen one of them from Japan for the past almost 2 years.
They're friendly faces that you and I have both not seen for an awful long time. Dave Sablon on the line from GRRP. Interesting reading in the governor's plank platform talking about resource recovery. And not mentioning waste energy. I think let's start with that as a definition of recyclable and resource recovery. And if you want to get to, in fact, there's a bill in front of the legislature. I forget, do I have the number written down? Because they want to get to, there's a sustainability conversation, Bill 284, which encourages recycling and zero waste. Seems to me that waste to energy, incineration, if you will, used to be a bad word, but incineration of trash to create energy is the ultimate in recycling, resource recovery, and providing for zero waste. All you got at the end of it is ash.
That's correct. I think in their definition of zero waste, it's recycling it so that we don't have to throw anything away, which I think is impossible, really. You're going to have a combination of different ways to manage our solid waste. And, I mentioned it to the Mayor's Council, and I advised them that composting, recycling, landfilling, and incineration with energy as a byproduct makes a lot of sense for the island. And if you combine these four, you have a very viable integrated solid waste management plan that can certainly deal with just about 100% of the solid waste, to the point where you're not harming the environment, you're not harming the soil or the air. So it makes a lot of sense to include that. Landfilling alone, as we already know, we've had it now for the past 10 years, actually. The first cell down at Luzon was commissioned, I think, in September of 2011. And it's already full. 2 cells actually have already been filled up. So now we're on cell number 3. Luzon can actually accommodate about 11 cells, but it can't go deeper than 15 feet. Otherwise, they'll hit groundwater. And I mentioned this to the mayor. I said, these are the facts. You're not going. You don't want our next generation to deal with this problem. We have the resources, and we have the capability and the technology to deal with it right now. So let's do it. And I only need to advise the governor. I've been keeping the senators informed. Some of them are skeptical about this project because they don't really know all the facts, and they have only listened to the myths and the deliberate lies that have been said about it. And so I've been keeping them informed, giving them documents, been asking for a public hearing or a roundtable meeting. It doesn't matter to me how they want to meet with me. They need to know, because the people are starting to realize that Luzon ain't the only solution to deal with solid waste, nor is composting or even recycling. There's no market for plastics and rubber outside of Guam now. So what are you going to do with it? You can't stockpile it. Otherwise, you're going to get dengue fever with all these rubber tires, you know. So you got to be very careful. And the only way that we can do well with it is burn it if we can't do anything else with it.
You would think that an island as small as ours, and I know some days you go, wait a second, I live in Umatic and I need to be up in Jigo, and you go, wow, that's an awful long way. It really isn't as the crow flies. It's just the way that we built roads here on Guam. We are not a large island in comparison to many other places, and we've got to be smarter with what we do with the trash that we generate, and then and with the land, we got to be smarter with what happens to that trash after we generate it. No, we've got, and I've always felt that burning it to make electricity makes too much sense. There's calories, there's energy in that trash. Why aren't we using it to save ourselves some money?
In fact, I advised the mayor when I met with him last week was that, rubber and plastics actually is derived from oil. And so when you put it back into the mix of solid waste and then put it into the incinerator, you actually improve the efficiency of the plant. And you will get a better efficiency ratio of energy production from mixing rubber pieces, tires basically, and plastics. And, I had an expert one time here talking to me about this, and I advised him about all the rubber tires that are being stacked over there by the Guam International Golf Course next to the GPA power plant and other areas near Pacific Tire up in Barragata. And he looked at all of that and he said, Dave, we can probably burn all of this in 3 months. So he said, we could get rid of this tire. In fact, we probably have to ask the rest of Micronesia if they want us to get rid of their tires and probably, remove completely dengue fever possibilities, send the tires off to us here in Guam. And that's
wait a second. There is a source for the raw material that we don't have to charge the people of Guam for. In fact, my guess is that many of these places would be happy to pay us to get that stuff off their hands if there was an environmentally safe method of being able to transport from point A to Guam, take it from Guam, and then send it down to the plant and make electricity out of it. They have paid us to be able to use that. That ought to contribute to the savings that we that net out to the ratepayers.
That's right. The base would, of course, be the solid waste that we produce here in Guam. But then if they want to have contracts with us to burn their trash, all the better. It improves the capability of us to produce more electricity and then, contribute to the grid, true, green, renewable energy. I also advise the mayor that, solid waste is the second cleanest energy behind natural gas. And GPA is moving towards natural gas. Right now they're wanting to build a power plant that'll burn diesel. The technology is such that the efficiency of the production of electricity is much better now, probably over 50%. What that means is that for every barrel of oil, you're going to have a certain amount of energy there, and we can produce 50% of that reaching your household out of that barrel of oil, which is great because most of the power plants at Cabras can only go up to about 33%. So we're actually improving the capability to produce electricity for effectively a better type of fuel, and in fact, a cleaner type of fuel, and that's diesel. But GPA is moving to natural gas, and what better way to add waste energy to the grid mix as well as solar? I'm not so keen on wind, but solar for sure can work, provided you have the batteries to support the electricity requirements.
There have been studies on Guam that show that we just don't have enough wind, an abundance of wind over 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 12 months a year, that would make that a feasible form of energy for Guam. I mean, the military looked at that and I think dismissed it and said, well, it'd be nice, but not practical.
Ray, when I was the chairman of the Guam Power Authority back in 87 to 94, we were looking at wind energy. In fact, if we had gone with that project when I was on the board, you wouldn't have the golf course at Meningan Hills. It would have been 120 windmills up there.
Oh, God.
But when we sent the engineering group to I think east of San Francisco, I think around Livermore, they looked at the wind energy production over there. They looked at the technology. Now, this is back in the late 80s, early 90s. Notwithstanding, they came back with a negative report. And so we decided not to look at that. And actually, at that same time, the waste energy project was starting to flourish. And a guy named Larry Newman, International Energy Enterprise, came to the Guam Power Authority board wanting to advise us that he would like to sell electricity because he just got the award to build a waste energy facility from then Governor Paul Calvo. And so we said, sure, once you build your plant, come to us and we'll talk about buying your energy at what we call the avoided cost, whatever it costs to build or to produce electricity at less than the cost to do it with fuel oil. And he said, sure, we'll be back. But, of course, that whole time, the administration, the Bordallo administration, wanted windmills rather than this project. And so it was dormant. And that's when Wagdi Gurgis came in and bought the license, got it reviewed by the attorney generals back then, and the license was valid to be transferred to his company. And he took it from there. We negotiated the contract during the Joad administration, signed it during the Gutierrez administration, and then ended up in court for the next 8 years.
Well, and based on that, obstructionist and reactionary members of the legislature passed legislation that banned incineration here on Guam. You are not necessarily, or there is a disagreement on whether or not that applies to you because you had an existing license in that particular case. But having said that, there are steps that still need to be taken in order for, I think, everybody to move forward, be able to get financing. You need to be free and clear of that legislation. Good luck with this bunch. Maybe the 37th Guam legislature will pay more attention and pay more heed.
I'm still very optimistic that I can convince the governor.
You and I've been talking for 15 years about this. You are the king of optimism. When it comes to getting support from the mayors, it seems to me that we don't need to necessarily talk to them about the dollars and cents of all of this as much as it will apply to something that they're very concerned of. Every mayor wants their village to be the cleanest village on Guam. Hard to do with all of the dumping that we have. And I think when people start looking at the value of the trash that they are dumping as something that can be turned into electricity, or if the waste to energy program contributes to universal trash collection, then I think that will go a long ways towards cleaning up our island.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ray, for this great interview.
Well, it's always, like I said, it's always fun. We've been doing this together for a long, long time, and I always feel like every year you get a little bit closer to being able to make all of the different clocks that need to strike. I wish that there was more encouragement from out of Adelup, but I think that's part of the sales pitch that you're going to end up doing. One guy asking a question, and you're enough of an energy expert to talk about this. Wave power. Has there ever been anything to that here on Guam? Anybody ever done any studies to see if there's anything to catching power from the tides?
Yes. In fact, I think the late Congressman Ben Blas was studying that. And he and I have talked about that. And in fact, he gave me his file before he passed on, to look at that. Yes, there's possibilities on that because of the fact that outside the reef here, and in fact up in northern Guam or maybe even on the eastern coast, there could be some possibilities of producing electricity that way. But I haven't really looked into it beyond my discussions with, Congressman Ben Laws.
There's have been other methods that we've thought about using to try to make things a little bit more efficient. You remember when JB from over at the Power Authority had that idea of what was it, using the differential in temperatures between the water 200, 300 feet down into the ocean, using that to provide chilling for air conditioners in Tumon.
Yeah. Yes. In fact, I think the Navy at one time was also looking at that.
Yep. So there's a lot of interesting stuff out there, but we got to see how many different ways that we can declare efficient use of the fuel, efficient uses of the plant, and efficient uses of the dollars. And it just seems to me waste energy answers all those questions. This is not a paid-for interview. This is. I've always been excited about the prospect.
One final point, when you read the platform of the governor, the fact that, she mentions energy recovery, that's, to me, that's the opening. She doesn't have to mention our company, and this is a private project, has nothing to do with the government. The contract's for them to bring the solid waste to us so we can burn it and produce electricity and give the electricity back to them through a power purchase agreement with the Guam Power Authority, and we would help the government of Guam, or the Solid Waste Authority probably at this point, to negotiate that contract with GPA so that then they can offset the tipping fee from the sale of electricity. This is a plus for the island. And I just need an audience with the governor to explain it to her, and I hope I can change her mind. But I do believe that I have a lot of the legislators listening now and reading up on this, and I believe strongly that I also have the mayors. And so I have all the leaders covered, and I just need, some common sense put into some of those that are not supportive to look at this more seriously and sign the contract, Governor, so that we can move forward with the project.
Well, maybe all we need to do is convince.
Sign the contract now, the amended contract, that is, that we cleaned up in a court-ordered mediation as a result of the GRP lawsuit that when we sued the government for bad faith. We've cleaned it all up now in Judge Lamorena's court, so we just need her to sign off on it, and we move forward.
Nothing to be afraid of. 9 o'clock in the morning, Dave. I wish I had more time with you, as I usually do. We'll get caught up on some other stuff.
Sure.
In the meantime, I would suggest you ready a conversation with Mike Sinicholas and Sabrina Salas-Matanani, just in case.
Sure.
Just in case.
I'm willing to talk to anyone.
I know you are.
I already talked to Governor Felix Camacho.
I'm sure you did. He had some people that were moving in that direction, I recall. It's just after 9. I'll see you soon, buddy. Fox News.
Sure,
already
take care.
playing.
Bye-bye.
On 93.3 The Point.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau making unannounced visits today to Ukraine to show support. More protests at the Supreme Court after a leaked draft opinion indicates the court's conservative majority is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade.
GOP Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina says that will put the issue in states' hands.
Now, finally, elected officials have a say about life and the conditions of an abortion. I think that's the way it should be.
Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut says Republicans seem to focus more on process than outcome.
Because they really don't want to talk about the fact that abortion becoming criminalized is something that a sort of small minority of the country supports.
Both men on Fox News Sunday. That Senate abortion vote is scheduled for Wednesday.
Fox's Gernal Scott, the legislation is doomed without any Republican support. Gas prices rising 15 cents in the last 2 weeks to a national average of $4.38 per gallon.
The 1 year ago comparison is shocking. Gasoline is up $1.36 over a year ago.
Oil analyst Trilby Lundberg tracks prices in the continental U.S. America is listening to Fox News.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
A new law in Alabama taking effect today makes it a felony to administer or prescribe gender-affirming puberty blockers and hormones to people under the age of 19. The Vulnerable Child Compassion and Protection Act also requires teachers and other school officials to tell parents if a minor discloses that they think they are transgender. Border towns bracing for a surge of migrants once a Trump-era policy that allowed for the quick expulsion of migrants comes to an end.
We're about 35 miles east of the southern border right now, and even before Title 42 ends in just over 2 weeks, communities like this are seeing big problems. This processing center is expected to get busy here starting on the 23rd when Title 42 ends. This just recently went up. Eagle Pass, of course, has been a busy point of crossing in recent months. Migrants will often spend the night in tunnels while waiting to be smuggled farther north away from the border, leaving behind their belongings. The human smuggling often leads to chases, and that brings danger to people in this community and communities like it.
Fox's Nate Foy in Crystal City, Texas. President Biden hosts Southeast Asian leaders in Washington this week.
The White House says the gathering in Washington is meant to demonstrate America's commitment with the 10-member Association of Southeast Asian Nations who are at odds with each other over Myanmar. That's been racked by violence since the army ousted the elected government last year. And as member nations try to implement a plan that stresses dialogue, humanitarian assistance, and an end to the violence. a plan that Myanmar's ruling military council has delayed as the country slips into what UN experts describe as a civil war.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. How's this for a graduation present? About 100 students graduating from a historically black college in East Texas were told at the commencement ceremony that an anonymous donor paid their balances. Wiley College, in a news release, says the estimated total for balances owed by the class of 2022 was about $300,000. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Where others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Half a day. My name is Joan Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program as Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program as Salapi.
The application deadline for Program Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro. 906-888-255-888-TALK. I can't do this one either because I don't have an updated version of it. It's one of those things. It's like, hey, let's talk about this all the way up to Mother's Day. Well, Mother's Day is over. So what's the next big deal over at Chili's? I'll tell you when I find out. In the meantime, portions of the program also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Some kind of business communications. I'm a businessman. Is it? How's that? When,
Yeah.
Because I think about that every once in a while. Business communications. Is it right at the end of your letter to put in Jesus' name? Could you do something like that?
Yes.
In Jesus' name, your friend Ray Gibson. I just.
How do you respond to that?
7 after. Well, for some people, that might be a really, really good thing. A lot of conversations about religion floating around here these days. A lot of conversations about morality and what's right and what's wrong, and when this is an appropriate step to take. I don't know about all that though. 8 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson here until I'm not going to be here anymore. Another hour of the program that is lined up for you, and some very interesting conversation that is taking place among. I just observe this stuff, but a lot of people will either respond one way or the other to what I'm saying, or respond to what everybody here is writing one way or another. I got Rudy Magallanes online. Real waste energy is our poo-poo to energy, because where else are we going to get rid of it? Waste treatment plant that we've got. They got one in the Guyana. They got one in Tamunak. At least a pump station. I can smell that. Booney Dog says Governor Liu not mentioning waste energy as renewals and resources is like Biden not mentioning Tesla during his climate change speech. Don't disagree on that one, Booney Dog. Who else we got? Mike St. Nicholas equals Rich Strike. Yay. Is that really? You think that's what Rich Strike is the name of that the horse that won the Derby over the weekend, right?
Yeah.
81 to 1 odds. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that Mike's odds are 80 to 1? Is that what's going on? 9 after 9, 888-8255. Online one. Who's that? You didn't tell me.
Oh, it's Pinky Lujan.
Oh, Pinky. Now, Pinky is calling. We've got a program that's coming up. It's another one of these programas that's out there, and I can't remember if it's the one that I can pronounce or the one that I'm going to ask Pinky to pronounce. Go ahead. Pinky, are you there? Well, happy Monday to you as well. Glad that we can line this up. We got late word, what was it, late Saturday, early Sunday, that you guys needed some radio airtime on Monday. And I said, absolutely, especially if this comes with another big-ass contract from the governor's office to run 30-second spots for it. Did you get that for me?
Sure. It's in the mail.
Good girl. Good girl. Always fun talking with you, Pinky. Now, which one of the programs is this, where we're taking some federal funds, ARP monies or whatever, and applying it to folks in need here?
So this is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's program called Programan y Pinilan. I just brain farted. I think I need more coffee. Programan y Pinilan. No, you know why? Joey was on the other line fooling around with me, and we just said we were going to talk about stuff. So now all I have in my head is stuff and not what I'm supposed to talk about. I know, Joey, you messed me up. Oh, sorry. Let's try this again. I know. Programan y Pinilan Famaguan Guahan.
Okay. Yay, Biba. You know the way it works around here. If something's got a Chamorro name, that means it's better than any other place. We could have called it by English name, but it's more significant, meaningful if we use the Chamorro words. But the English version of that is Pinilan y Famaguan. That's the little kids.
Yeah.
Childcare.
It's a childcare program.
Yeah.
For Guam's kids, yes.
So how does it work? Many of these programs, I note, have been means tested. So certain members of the population will qualify if their income is low enough. Certain other members of the community, depending on where their income is, might otherwise be disqualified from the program. So let's get into some of the nuts and bolts on that. How do I apply? Number one, and what are the values, the appropriate income values that people should be thinking about?
So I'm really glad you started with that, Ray, because you're right. The previous programs were targeting low-income families. The good news is these programs target middle-class income threshold. So it's triple the usual income threshold. So we're not just targeting low income. We're targeting everybody because the idea is to get the workforce back working into, back into the job. So, just a second. I'm getting an incoming and it's distracting. Okay, so
I have the same problem. I get the same problem. I'm looking at my WhatsApp as well from a couple of conversations back. But getting
you've been doing this a lot longer than me. I can't multitask and answer text messages and take phone calls and oh my gosh, I don't know how you do it. So we are tripling the regular, the usual income threshold. So that's really exciting. So a person that would normally say, "Oh, there's no way I would qualify," guess what? Go on to GuamChildcare.com, and you will be surprised. The threshold, the income threshold, is there. I don't have it in front of my face right now, so I can't tell you. All I can tell you is someone who would normally not qualify will qualify this time around. And so it really is worth going on to the website and checking it out. Now, the program that so there's 6 programs under six sub-programs under this umbrella, the governor's program. And this one is, we're trying to train over 100 people to actually start a career in childcare. And so this is the training is free, and it even includes 2 months of covered on-the-job training salary to top it off. So
that's incredible. Now, here's what I know about this business, and my family, as you know, Pinky, has been in this business before. That's right. We used to have the daycare when Mana was young. That was one of her first jobs, was seeing after kids. We're still young. And seeing to the needs of children. Now, back in those days, I mean, you could have a caregiver and X number of kids under their care. A few years ago, Dennis Rodriguez changed changed that out, and there are now more requirements for individuals and fewer children in their care. And some daycare centers are having a hard time finding qualified and certified individuals that can come in and say, okay, I'm a caregiver. I can take care of, infant through 4 years, 5 years. There aren't a whole lot of people that know how to do that. And thus, they're very expensive. So what we want to do is add more people to the roles of folks that can provide care to children.
Speaking of expensive, so what we're looking at is anywhere from $500 to $675 coverage per month per child. So again, the funding is available, and then it's ages 0 to 13, all the way up to age 18 for children with disabilities.
Interesting.
So it's quite comprehensive. Yeah. So this is a really good one. Now this program, again, the one with the certification. Anyone who applies, so here's the thing. I just said GuamChildcare.com. That's for the block grant. That's if you want to apply for the relative care. But this particular certification would work through GIDA. So you would have to visit the GIDA website at investguam.com in order to apply. And that's where you'll see all the requirements and stuff. But it's a 1.5 month intensive cohort program where we train these 100 individuals, and this program again is paid 100%. It's paid by the program.
Okay, so we got two different things going on here, and so I want to take them one by one. So the Guam Childcare, the block program, the what do you call it? The block grant that comes in, that's not new. The government of Guam has been doing that for some time now, but in this case, they've opened up the qualifications for individuals who are not at 1% of poverty. So you said it's 2/3 more people might be able to line up and getting into about the middle class. Now middle class folks would be able to avail themselves of this and meet the qualifications.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now just so that's just one program. It's an extended block grant program. But we're also extending it to after-school care. That one's not available yet, but we should be able to launch it hopefully this week. So let's say, Ray, that you have a son that is attending Taekwondo classes.
Mm-hmm.
These vouchers now apply to after-school programs. Also.
Okay, so how are the after-school programs? Are they already aware of it, or are you going to be doing separate marketing to them?
We're going to do separate marketing, a separate announcement, and we're hoping to launch that this week, next week latest. So we're getting all the ducks in a row right now. But that is another big piece.
Right.
The after-school
So
care.
like Skip Kids or the what's the name of the box?
Skip
The
Kids.
box.
Talent box.
Talent box.
Let's say you're working out at Paradise Gym. We're trying to get Paradise Gym up and running also to accept vouchers for the after-school program if you have children 0 to 13 that need to be watched while you're working out. So yeah, and then there's another really exciting one that isn't the usual program. It's called relative care. So now if you have your kids being watched at home by grandma or a retired aunt or uncle, there is vouchers also for relative care as well. So we would pay grandma up to 6 children per month for a whole year to watch your children. And it doesn't have to be just your relatives. It can also be your neighbors, up to 6 children. So imagine $300 per month per child for a whole year.
Yeah.
You do the math. It's pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, that's got. Well, we've always had GMH daycare here, Grandma's house. Daycare on Guam, and now they've got an opportunity to get paid. Chris Biachino online. Chris Biachino's online says, "Oh, hey, that's me that we're talking about. He's got dojo, the karate school here on Guam, and they do after school work. So, who does he got to call to get involved in this block program?"
He doesn't have to call. All he has to do is log on to GuamChildcare.com and fill out a provider form, and then we will work with him. We have to schedule public health. We'll go in and do his inspection. He has to turn in, some documentation. So there is still going to be the processes and the proper protocols to ensure that everything is in place. The safety guidelines are there and adhered to, and whatnot.
As long as they're not matopping, as long as they're not matopping and just like, here's the money, but we're going to make it hard for you to get it. So make sure that somebody with some common sense went through all of those rules. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, so
we have to protect the kids.
So the other side of this then is the training. So I'm Ray, and I want to get out of the radio business. I just can't handle the pressure anymore, and get into the child care business.
Caregiver, Ray.
You'll train me to be a caregiver?
Yeah.
I kind of like this. Okay. And so you'll pay me and then train. Is there placement as well? Will you get me into a thing? Me and Joe primarily consider, would like to become daycare providers at daycares that are primarily working with single moms.
Well, here's the cool part. There's another program. I'm sure you heard me say there's 6 programs. Let's say you and Joe want to do that career shift, and you want to be caregivers. But let's say you want to do it there at the point.
Yeah.
There's an employer program as well. So that's my baby. I'm going out and approaching all the HR managers of all these businesses. And if you can allot some space within your radio station, we will watch your kids, the employees of your kids, the employees' kids there. And we will, there's funding to pay you to take care of your kids there at the job site.
Is this permanent? Is this permanent money? Because I don't want to get into a program and extend it to my employees and then say, well, the government funding ran out, so we got to stop doing this. And then they quit working for me to go find a company that will support it.
Well, so here's the caveat to that.
Yeah.
There are 45 certified daycare providers today, daycare centers, right? So what would be better is to ask one of those 45 certified daycare centers to run a satellite location at the point for you.
Mm-hmm.
That way you won't run out of funding because, as you know, the grant funding, the block grant funding is a permanent part of the federal funding,
yes.
Right? Because they want to keep pumping money into the programs to take care of the child care. Now,
like I said, I just don't want us to get into a situation where I look like a heel because I'm pulling back on a benefit that the people were used to. So that block grant money I know is fairly consistent, and I think by now we figured out how to get it from the Treasury to the Department of Administration, and then to all of these different providers that you're talking about. In years past, it was not as smooth. And I know that there were a lot of daycares that were 90, 120 days holding the bag for these customers that were otherwise eligible for the block grants. So I just want to make sure that all of those moving parts have been taken care of.
They have been taken care of, and Guam is literally sitting on funding to sustain the program up to 3 years. So let's say for some reason Uncle Sam cuts us off right now today. We have funding to sustain the program for at least 3 years.
Okay.
Today, if something, God forbid, were to happen.
I got a question from one of the listeners interested in the family plan. He says, "Do you need a business license if mom is going to be watching the kids?"
You do not need a business license. You would just need to be licensed through public health, and that's what the CCDF certification process is all about. Now, but here's the thing. Let's say, Ray, like I said, Ray, you'd be a great caregiver to the point now has a daycare center and you're accepting, children from even outside the community and you're just really good at it. Then we're going to train you and teach you how to apply for a business license because now you're taking it to the next level.
Yeah.
So there is an option to apply for a business license from Revenue and Taxation, but no, it is not a requirement.
Not a primary requirement. Now, I'd have to vote Democrat, obviously, right? I have to.
Ray,
what?
Don't ask me political questions like that.
Okay. Just DM me. You got my number.
Also, we're just here to take care of the community, the children of Guam.
Well, I'm glad that that's among the places where the monies could go. Look, where I always worry because we've got so many people that move to the States and then they get to like California and they spit out a couple of babies because everybody's got a job, everybody's working, and they realize in California, and this is not a stretch, there are places where if you want to put your kid in daycare, number one, waiting list. Number two, minimum $2,000 a month. Minimum $2,000 a month. You're talking about infants, then double that number. They've thrown so much regulation at all and compliance at all of this, and there's the value behind it. It's an expensive process. So I'm delighted to see something like this moving forward. For information, as I said, GuamChildcare.com on the World Wide Web, then for the training, call GITA, or go to the GITA website.
Go to the GITA website, and then you can also call 647-4332. That's our phone number here at GITA. And then also you brought up a good point. When you go to GuamChildcare.com, those 45 daycare facilities we were talking about, they're all listed there. So now, I live in Barragata, right? You can go onto that website, see how many daycare centers exist in that area in my vicinity, and it gives you the hours of operation, and it gives you the tuition. It does tell you how much each individual caregiver or facility charges. So,
very cool.
So you do have that. Yeah, you have access to that.
All right, looking at the website right now. Need help paying for childcare? Great news for Guam families, and click on that or continue reading about the Programa Pinilen. Famagunto, Famagun.
I don't know where the toe was.
I'm sorry, I got it. It's like somebody's last name, Famagunto, from day to day.
I know.
It shows you different versions of what the income capabilities are. I'm thinking about somebody I know got 3 kids. If the monthly income is below 77,467, then you would be capable. There might be an easier way to look at this when you just look at whatever other government benefits that you're getting. Figure if you can get those benefits from Department of Public Health and Social Services, Welfare Division, etc., then you probably line up for this.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Don't disqualify yourself. Let them disqualify you. Learn and apply today. GuamChildcare.com on the World Wide Web. Let them say, yeah, we looked at the numbers and it doesn't work. Now, in cases, is it possible you could look at cases and say, okay, well, these are my kids, but I'm also taking care of, as a foster parent, somebody else. Have we done carve-outs for rearing kids or foster kids in some of these households?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're good.
And so the caregiver himself or herself does not have to be blood related, because we did take into account the foster families as well. So it's up to 6 children. So Ray, if you wanted to stay home and watch 6 kids, including your own, you have that available to you as well. 6 kids.
I was having a hard time at the Hyatt pool over the weekend watching parents watch their kids. I mean, there was just enough stress there. I don't know that I'd have the capability of watching. Yeah.
But that's why it's good. You enroll in this program. The training program is free, and then you'll be able to handle some of that.
Never going to happen. Never going to happen. That's why some people drink, Pinky. Listen, it's always fun talking, but we need to get you into the studio. Give this another couple of weeks and let it simmer, and then maybe we can get you in the studio to talk about this. And like I said, this is a government program. I don't care which government we're talking about, but I know you guys are going to advertise it. I want my share, so put that down. All right.
You got it.
All right, you the girl. 927, outrageous talking with Pinky Lujan. Find her over at GITA, 647-4332. Other information is available, as you can see, on the website. Looks like somebody spent a lot of time updating that. GuamChildcare.com on the World Wide Web. Hug and a kiss. Let's see you soon.
Thanks, sweetie.
Bye. 888-8255-888-TA. Okay, I didn't. You know what I should have asked for? I didn't. I need the keys to Tai Tai.
Oh,
can I get the keys to Tai Tai?
Yeah.
Dude.
We want the keys to the southern magic.
Exactly. Man, I like it down there.
I love it down. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Except there's all these places where it's weird because the grass grows in the water down there. And I'm going, there's an alligator or a moray eel or something in here is going to bite me when I'm down. 928. So, yeah, that's a big deal. I kind of like it. I hope it didn't sound like I was digging around too much for, okay, what's the catch? Because it doesn't look like there's catches on this. And it will help a number of people. I'm kind of excited about the idea that you might be able to form, if you're in that business, after school care. everybody's got someplace where they're taking the kids, right? Guam Tennis Federation, are you listening? I know that the Guam Youth Tennis organizations, Guam Youth Soccer, Guam Youth Volleyball, places like that where you put together a program. Do the application, and if they don't like it, then they don't like it. But nobody's going to get anything unless you apply. Chris Biachino and his karate place, they would be able to do something like that. The jiu-jitsu places, all of that, and maybe the opportunity for me to do daycare here at the radio station. Although, let me think now. Or we got Joe. I want you to apply for this. Oh man. Yeah. I want you to apply.
No kids around here. There's a lot of wires and expensive stuff.
Yeah,
around.
I know, but we can make it so that we offer it as a benefit. If I heard it right, we could offer then that program via us as a benefit for you and all the other parents that have ruckus age kids. I think we've got to
drop them all here. Just drop them off.
We might actually have a couple of employees that would qualify as the beneficiaries of the program. All right, GuamChildcare.com or call Gita and they'll sort everything out for you. It's 9:30 in the morning, and I'm going to come back with a couple of the topics that I haven't really had an opportunity to get close to, including this one here: efforts to rent emergency shelters stifled by high rent. Why is the rent high? If you haven't read the article, I'll tell you in a moment. Stay there.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Cafeteria Spaghetti. Cafeteria Spaghetti. I swear, I've been John Ananich. I know you're listening, and I just need some time. I've just been so busy in the last few days. I need some time to be able to just carve out Sidelines time. This is my birthday week. I guarantee I'm going to go in there, and I guarantee that's what I'm going to eat. You remember I was talking earlier about my diet?
You have a diet, Ray?
Yeah, so it's not
beer and wings.
Yes.
The beer and wings diet.
It's I'm not going to say that. What do they call that when you're only eating like once a day? Staggered, incremental,
intermittent fasting.
Intermittent fasting. Yeah. I'm not going to say that I'm intermittently fasting, although I will say that I'm trying only to eat once a day. It got to be Saturday morning, and the buffet at the Hyatt was calling me. It was originally Onigiri 7 that was calling me, but they weren't open yet, so I went over and eat at the buffet. And it was so weird, because I stood at the buffet waiting for somebody to put food on my plate, because that's the way they've been doing it lately, right?
Yeah.
They're not doing it that way anymore.
It's on you now.
Yeah, exactly. So you want bread? Well, toast it. What do we look like, slaves here?
Felt helpless.
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't know what to do. I don't know how to work the machines anymore. It's been so long. But did that. So that was breakfast. Then it got to be lunchtime, and I'm over at the beach, and I'm thinking, okay, here's what I'm going to do for lunch at the beach. And like as I already said, great club sandwich that they've got over at the Hyatt. Sophie, your people are doing an outstanding job. I wasn't sitting there breathing through my nose going, where's the guy? Where is the guy to come and bring me a club sandwich and a beer? It's pretty good about periodically checking on people. Even in the little kids section. So that was nice. Had the club sandwich and a bunch of beers, and then finished it off with that. And then Saturday night. Can I tell you what I did Saturday night? I didn't tell you what I did Saturday night. Saturday night, we had an invitation to a fundraiser for the guys in the, I want to say that it's the Manahuni dance group. Is that the right Hawaiian word for the little duendes thing they've got there? Manahuni. Maybe Manahuni dance group, right? Tahitian dancers at the Fisheye Park. You got the fisheye over here, and then on the inland side, there's
a theater.
There's a theater.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten how good that show was because nobody's seen that show in 2 years. They went into hiatus as a result of the COVID-19, and they got the fundraiser. And I guess this was going to be kind of the We're Back thing. And so, if you want to see an outstanding Tahitian show, I would suggest that you go there. Just absolutely, the fire dancing is wonderful. All of the girls are pretty. All of the girls are pretty, and all of the guys in the show are almost as buff as they used to be. I'm not going to say, and don't give me a hard time about this, because you know it's true. We all got the COVID-19, know what I mean? And there used to be all abs in the show. Yeah. I want to say now it's all flabs, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to say that because I know the guys. You know, we've all been through our challenges, like mine, which is I only want to eat one a day. But the food was really good, so that was my third meal of the day. And then it was I was with a bunch of friends. We're like, okay, where to next? Because the show ends at like 9:30. It's my birthday Saturday. I'm going. I don't want to go back to the hotel just yet. Where are we going to go now? And found our way next to Linda's, right? And so walked into Players, but there were no Players there yet.
Yeah.
So went next door to that, down one more to Cindy's. Except the front door was locked. I'm like, dude, what's going on here? Is it COVID-19? They finally opened the door for us, and we're more than happy to extend the libations long into the night. But what a great Saturday night! The point that I'm getting to here is a point that I'm going to make maybe every day. But Guam's coming back. Guam is coming back. Have you seen just how ugly the traffic is on Guam? Indicator number one, that Guam is coming back. People are going back into Carline. People are going back into taking their kids to soccer or violin or piano or whatever it is that everybody's doing.
Get out of the fast lane, man.
Have you been in Agana? Oh, my God. Wednesday night. We got Wednesday night market, Thursday night food truck, and Friday busy just because it's Friday. 5 o'clock traffic in Agana has now reached pre-pandemic levels. Imagine what it's going to be like when we've got a lot more tour buses and a lot more Asian drivers on the road. And there's construction going on. I mean, it just feels like Guam is coming back. And I'm starting to see, as we pointed out earlier, a lot more visitors on Guam. They said that, you know what, in May and in June, we're going to ramp up the number of flights leaving Korea and arriving on Guam. Our source market, Korea, is coming back. There's a whole lot of pent-up demand. Revenge travel are the words that people like to use, and we're beginning to see some of that. And I'm absolutely delighted, and I make it a point. And I've made it a point to, as often as possible, if I see somebody that I know for sure, just they've got that look, and I'll profile, but I'm 99% good at this. But if I see a family, see a couple of beautiful Korean ladies, a couple of guys, whatever, I always make it a point to say thank you for coming back. Because in many cases, they've been here before and they've come back. But I want them to hear from a local, from a resident, thanks for coming back. Appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy your trip. Doesn't have to be any more, built up than that. But we've got to, on a daily basis, and look for opportunities. And it's not hard because they're everywhere again. Remember, the Koreans are the ones that rent the cars and go driving around and get lost in the village. Yeah. So when you see them, hey, it doesn't take much to say thanks for picking Guam or thanks for coming back. And maybe that will go a long ways to number one, enhancing their trip from that second on. They'll know that they're appreciated, that they're not, we don't just look at them as, the ka-ching thing, as the cash register.
We need a program, dude. Like a program and thank you.
Program and thank you. Where the governor pays me $300 a month to just walk around Tumon and go, thank you. Thank you very much.
For choosing Guam.
Salamat po. Wouldn't that be nice? In 20 minutes, it's going to be, what time is it? 10 on a Monday morning. So I was looking through the newspapers because that's what I do. I don't actually write the news. I don't even report the news. I just like to read the news and then come up with what I think are pithy comments on the radio. Yesterday's Guam Daily Post, efforts to rent emergency shelter stifled by high rent. There's a bunch of people, and they quote Mayor Hoffman in this one. We're talking about families, a father and mom with 4 kids, came from the CNMI, FSM, and were staying with people after relocating to Guam, but for whatever reason, their situation changed. He said the council and various organizations and government agencies are working with these families and individuals to get them in homes and back on their feet. So they're looking for transitional housing. And you go to the rest of the story, and they talk to the lady that runs the Guam State Clearinghouse. And they said there's a new shelter that they're going to be putting by Chodis in Anigua. Hey, how about that?
Good spot.
Well, I don't know. They're looking for other places. In preparation to issue the RFP for the shelters, we did market research through the MLS, Multiple Listing Service. We talked about that the other day. That's where you can find out where the $8 million houses are on Guam. And then just kind of haggle with them and try to bring it back down to like 7 or something like that. Yeah. Come on, would you give it? What if I paid cash? Would you give it to me for 7? Come on, I'm good for it. Anyway, so they said they went to the MLS, noted the cost to both rent and purchase various properties that they knew were in line with what they were looking for. She said invariably, the offers were coming in no less than twice the amount listed in the MLS, and in some cases 3 or 4 times higher. All the staff, what happened? And she said the triple or quadrupled amount of what they'd get from the regular market is likely because, quote, it's the government that's buying. And I think that she was waiting for somebody to say, oh, poor Nanny. That's why the prices are going up higher because, you know why? Because the demand side of this is coming from somebody that we know has money. So, yeah, I'm going to take whatever it is that we quoted you and multiply that by a lot because you've got the capacity to pay. A. B, but there's a flip side to this. There's a flip side of this. You want to know what it is? What? Slow pay, no pay. Oh, yeah. Who's the government of Guam owe money to? How long do you want to just kind of exist on, I don't know, good feelings, warm promises, pillow talk from the government? Your check's in the mail. We've got your money. It's coming. It's coming. Hey, listen, while you're waiting for your check, can we talk to you about picking up a fundraising ticket for, swing by? That'll help. And get the money out of tendon and getting a whole lot faster. It really makes it difficult for us to do what we need to do because I know that no matter what we purchase, we'll have to renovate to meet the needs of the population. So if we could have property owners, when we issue the RFP, if they could treat the government like they're treating everybody else and be fair, we don't have an unending supply of money. You got more than we do. What do you mean you don't have an unending supply of money? You paid all those people to stay home during COVID. Where'd that money come from? They've got all kinds of other money to pay for marketing people and media managers and all of this other stuff. So it occurs to me that, if you don't have an unending supply of money, get rid of those guys so that you can do what it is that the government expects you to do, and that is going to be to take care of individuals that are homeless. Here's another idea. Let's try to build up industries that we've got here on Guam that will be able to support the higher wages that people need in order to survive around here and be competitive with both GURA and the military for the housing. 942 on the Ray Gibson Show. There was another story I got to find in a gizmo here that was which newspaper was it? Oh, God, it's this one. It's Guam Daily Post today. It's in today's Post, and it just I was mad when I saw it. I got mad. I was so mad I swigged my coffee. I didn't sip I swigged it. I was mad. Dark and dangerous is how GEC commissioners are describing the Dedo voting site. It is a VSA Benavente Middle School. Didn't that used to be DJ when we were growing up? Junior Middle School? Yeah, back in the day, it's where all the tough kids went. All the bullies hang out at DJ. Hardcore. DJ, bro. DJ. Don't make me catch you at Skateland, bro. Members of the Guam Election Commission Thursday raised concerns about the safety of voting at night at Vicente Benavente Middle School in Dedo. But in the end, they said GEC will ensure the site has ample lighting and security for the elections. It's so dark and dangerous. said Alice Tyron. Commissioner Joe Muffness shared the same concern about how very dark the area could get at night, and that GEC had to rent spotlights to ensure the safety of voters, poll workers, and the general public during previous elections. Tyron and other commissioners asked GEC counsel Jerry Diaz to look into whether there's anything in Guam law that prohibits GEC from conducting voting at non-government sites in preparation for the 2024 elections, since they said it's now too close to the 2022 elections to change a voting site. They're going to go back to the legislature. If there is statute that bans that, I guarantee they're going to go and change that. Forget about all of the other changes that we need made to election voting protocols, et cetera, and steps that even just regular people like me want to take to become a elected member of public. All the paperwork hoops that I've got to jump through. Never mind all of that. What's most important? Man, we got to find some place where we can conduct elections that's not in the government of Guam. This is the quote that just I was over. This is the one. Is there anything wrong with going to a private school that would open their doors or charge us rent for it? Is there anything wrong with going to a gym that's air conditioned? Oh, my God. Oh, my God, the privilege. The audacity. It's good enough. Let the children and the staff and the faculty of Benavente Middle School deal with the darkness and the danger 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in regular time. But when it comes to us, the elites in the election commission and all of the people that we have to be, can you imagine what's wrong with us being in air conditioning, man? It's not too much to ask for, right? It's only fair. I mean, we work hard. Why, they put us in the air conditioning place. Oh, my God, Becky, what about the just day-to-day suffering that our kids and our parents, God help us, if it rains, are they going to be able to put up the walkway, the covered walkway over at Benavente?
Oh, no.
We'll put it up, but we'll just rent that. We'll rent that. That's what's going to happen. We'll just rent it from the east-west, and then once the election's over, instead of taking care of it full-time what's wrong with air conditioning the gym at Benavente Middle School? How about we do that as part of what we do? Listen, we need to make improvements to this place. It's the election time. We'll bug the legislature for some money, and we'll get it and install it on for you, our behalf. We need it, and so we're going to install it for the kids, and we'll just leave it. We'll get air conditioning in the gyms. We'll get air conditioning in the classrooms. We'll do all of this stuff, and leave it there for the kids. But it just occurred. My God, you got to be kidding. When we ask our kids to go to school there, we ask our teachers to teach there. But when it comes to the election, my God, just one night, can't do it at Benavente. It's too dark, it's too dangerous, it's too scary. And I mean, it's hot. It's hot. You know, I dip my rag in the cooler and then I put it in my bra. It's the only way I can stay cool. We all have an aunt like that, don't we? How much of what else is in there, do you suppose? Like, they always have a pen, you know, just keep it in the snacks. Tic Tac. 9:47. I was talking too much. I lost Ken. Ken was on the line. Ken, it was a perfect segue into whatever it is I'm sure that you wanted to talk about. Closing in on 9:47 on the Ray Gibson Show. Still plenty on the table of contents, and we'll get around to finishing that probably after these.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
$15 buy now, get get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Good time this program is. Is it just me, or is it just like it's a rollicking day every day, isn't it? I'm so glad you found us. I really am. I'm here, and I'm glad you're there. That's the way I need to say that. 888-8255, 888-TALK is a telephone number. Dennis Benz are asking. Oh, no, I said your name. No, I'm not going to say what you wrote. Something about a one-fingered salute here. A little bit later on. Yeah. No, don't do that. Stay classy, Guam. Here's you might not agree with everything that they've done, but we all agree that the folks in the hospitals, all the hospitals, Navy and GRMC and GMH, I'm sure had very, very trying and difficult times as we marched into COVID-19, not knowing what the hell we were marching into. What's going to happen here? Do we have enough masks? What about rubber gloves? Do we have enough of that stuff here? Because I got a guy who works at the hospital. The whole reason why he works there is to get the rubber gloves and to cut it and use that for bait at Boat Basin. Don't laugh. That's true. It is true. It is an absolute fact. Those things make some of the best bait. And if you don't believe me, go to Boat Basin and take a look around. You'll always see remnants of rubber gloves when you're down there. 10 away from the top of the hour. At any rate, there's going to be a nod to a frontliner, and despite a certain amount of cynicism that I've got, I actually know some of the people that were at the front lines in the gaps, and as I said early on, we're bent to the task of providing health care for the people of Guam if they got COVID or if they got anything else, and that's what they do, and for many of them it was. Just a little bit after all of that stuff happened, and it's all of a sudden, all of the things that they were told, and different mechanisms for dealing with COVID-19, they kind of stopped making sense. Based on what we're seeing, it doesn't seem to me that this is working. This whole lockdown thing, that's not working. The thing where you go and you go in the store to buy groceries, but if you also need to buy spray starch to spray starch your clothes or a new pair of Zoris or whatever, they'd say no longer essential items. You cannot buy that while you're going, but I'm already in the store. What difference does it make? Well, it makes a difference to us because we came up with that matopping rule, and we intend to enforce it, and we let them enforce it. That's the crazy part. And then they said, everybody going to go get vaccinated, everybody go get vaccinated. I got people in the medical industry that were telling me that I needed to get vaccinated, but I also had friends of mine that said the only reason why I got vaccinated was because I'm in the medical industry. And if I don't, they'll fire me. So I got vaxxed. Okay. But if you're going to get vaxxed, we know how lazy you are. Get the J&J. And again, story from PNC talking about the Food and Drug Administration issuing strict limits on Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccines. They said they are there. They decided to restrict the vaccine after reviewing data on the risks of life-threatening but rare blood clots, and concluded the blood clots are limited to the J&J vaccine. We'll come to find out that probably not the case. But if Pfizer and Moderna, blocking J&J, we don't like competition in here. But so if you got the J&J and you've developed blood clot issues, no matter how rare, what's your redress on that? What can you do? I got the shot because I was told if I don't get the shot, then I couldn't come to work because of this mandate. But when you go and get the shot, there's a thing that you sign that says you cannot sue your work. You cannot sue, well, maybe not your work, I don't know. Cannot sue the government because, was that domain? And can't sue the manufacturers. So who's going to take care of all of my medical issues, all my medical bills, because I got these blood clots? And as I said, this is particularly unnerving to me because that's the one that was suggested for me. That was, I think that was the one. You remember when the governor's office made a big deal about, hey, come on, Ray, you're an influencer. Come on, we'll come by and give you a shot.
Give him the good one.
And that turned into, hey, why don't you come by with all of your other media friends? We'll give everybody a shot at the same time. You know, hey, we're rolling up our sleeves. Hey, come on, do your part. And I said, no, I'm special. You come to the studio and do mine or forget about it. And Dave said, no, forget it. So, okay, I'll fine. I'll forget about it. It's easy. But I actually didn't forget about it because that was the one that they wanted to give me. The one and done. Thank you very much for coming. Drive carefully and good night. Now, you think about the rarity of this thing, and I intend to look up what the numbers are. What is it? 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million, 1 in 2 million, 1 in 5 million? I don't know. But what is the case? How many of these blood clot cases that we've heard about are attributable to the Johnson & Johnson jab? Plus all of the rest of the stuff that is beginning to come out now. So I don't know, guys. I'm just of the opinion that a year and a half or so of vaccine hesitancy was right for me. I'm glad that I didn't do that. And I'm glad that I didn't listen to the shrill voices that told me that I was a bad human being and I didn't care about myself or my family or strangers because I was so selfish I would not get vaccinated because I didn't want to take a chance that I might die from a blood clot. How dare you, Gibson? 9:55 in the morning, and maybe you are one of the true bloods out there as well. It's a small club, isn't it? Did you see? I haven't taken a look at the numbers, but significant numbers of people here on Guam that got the shot for whatever reason, and I'm wondering, and then they're boosted. I forget what the number is. 95% of the population. So does that mean that there's 5% of us that are true bloods, real Joe? Can you imagine what our blood's going to be worth soon?
Yeah,
they're going to go. Wait a second.
A few.
They're going to go. Wow. Wait a second. Ray, you're a Taurus. In the Asian zodiac, you're a Tiger. You're unvaccinated and unboosted, and you're O positive. You're a universal donor. Yeah. I'm thinking it might be able to make some money on this. Pay for that damn retaining wall that I got in the back of the house right about now. What's that? Somebody sending me some. Governor Lou LG leads the celebration of Hospital Week. Okay, good for her. 888-825-5888-TAO. Don't send me that, Jerome. I've already got a copy of it. Just Jerome sent me a video of the woman. I think it's a woman relieving herself. And is that Harmon? Looks like could be Mangilo. Get a load on this, Ray. Send this to the governor to take care of the homeless. Tourists will freak out on this scene. Well, to the degree that we've had those scenes here before, who knows? Who knows? We had problems with homelessness here on Guam. I'm from the old school that says that back in the day there was no homeless on Guam. They were people that were homeless in Hawaii, and they didn't want them in Hawaii anymore. They'd already burned out their welcome in Hawaii, so they stuck them on an airplane and sent them to Guam. Can you imagine what torture that must have been for the people that were sitting next to these guys? As they were making their way to Guam.
No mask.
One would only hope. Now I'm talking about the 70s and 80s. Come on. We could, if we wanted to. I mean, if there were people old enough with a decent enough memory, we could put together a timeline here on Guam where we went from one homeless, I don't want to call them bums, but that's what we used to call them in the house. Can you get a job? Yeah. Will you get a job? No. Why not? Make money standing on the sidewalk. Somebody will give me money. We'll bum some money from these guys. But we would be able to put together a list of all of these guys and some girls. And then what eventually happened to him. You remember there was a guy, I don't want to say he had dreadlocks, but he kind of sort of did. Joe, you're old enough to remember this guy. He was a fella, and a black fella, and he had his hair. It was dreaded out, but he wore it like an Abe Lincoln top hat. Do you remember that guy?
Oh yeah, he was raising bees. Ray.
He was in the thing. He was raising bees up in a.
Yes, I remember him, man.
Remember him, and we've got some interesting characters out on the streets now. Is the guy, virtually all of his clothes are torn, and he's got a chair, and he will, like that lady in the video, let it fly every once in a while. And then we got the guy with the bicycle, the God bless guy. But you can go back, in the decades of time here on Guam, back to about the 1970s is when I first saw them. Recall seeing folks like that out in the past, and just kind of walking around town looking for some place. They'd bum enough money to be able to get some cigarettes and some beer, not too far off from what it's like right now, and then just kind of enjoy life out in the streets. I don't know what's going to happen with those kind of guys, but as I said, that's the way it was years ago. I always felt like they were imported, but now it feels like so much more that there are locals that are walking around on the streets with the sole purpose, like I said, of just holding a piece of cardboard out at an intersection, grabbing a couple of bucks, and having enough money for the rest of the day to be able to sit out and drink some very affordable beer. And there are places on Guam, mom and pop stores, where you can buy beer for less than you can buy water. And you know what? It ain't like Carabao brand brewing, but it'll give you a buzz for the rest of the day. Some cigarettes, maybe some chow, something to eat and share with the boys, and then you start the process all over tomorrow. I was looking because I'm that kind of guy. I was looking for a high side to this, and the high side is. Can you imagine? I mean, you don't even get this in the private sector. Every dollar that they get from somebody, they get to keep the whole thing. There's no tax on that. There's no withholding taxes on money that somebody stuck in your hand at the intersection.
How about homeless to energy, Ray?
Maybe a little bit. You're a nut. Maybe more on the bum economy as the program continues. Oh, wait, it can't because we're almost done. 9:59 and change. For Real Joe, Jerry Roberts, Montesilva Tyron, my name is Ray Gibson saying thanks for listening on a Monday. Catch us tomorrow. Catch us outside tomorrow, 6 a.m. Here's the Fox News.
I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying he will hold a vote this week on a bill to codify Roe v. Wade into law. The move coming after a leaked draft opinion from the Supreme Court indicates the justices are poised to overturn the landmark ruling. Senate Republican Lindsey Graham.
My Democratic friends are trying to pass a law Wednesday that will allow abortion right up to the day before the baby is delivered. Different states will take different approaches, so the abortion debate will not go away in the country. It will be decided by the people.
Senate Democrat Chris Murphy warns,
if Republicans get control of the House and the Senate and the White House, which certainly could happen in the next 3 years, they are absolutely going to pass a national ban on abortion that will affect every single family, every single woman in this country.
Both lawmakers on Fox News Sunday. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau makes a surprise visit to Ukraine.
Canada will support Ukraine as you seek justice for your people who Russia is killing and brutalizing.
First Lady Jill Biden also making an unannounced visit to the capital, Kyiv, today in a show of support. The U.S. announcing new sanctions today to punish Moscow for invading Ukraine. Mother Nature complicating efforts for fire crews battling a wildfire in northeast New Mexico.
So far, 172 homes are confirmed to have been burned, with thousands of residents evacuated.
It's a really sad kind of to see all the people that lost their homes and lost a lot of stuff. And, I know we lost a building and stuff. And, I don't know. I haven't been to my house.
Shelters for both people and their livestock have been set up throughout the area. Around 1,500 firefighters are trying to get the blaze under control. Their biggest challenge over the next